All right, time to get started. I did some work over the weekend, but mostly on other things. I imagine your avatar is holding a menu from Pizza Hut and explaining to the server that yes, I know the family breadsticks is normally for more than one person. Yeah, I actually, I'm trying to remember what that's from. Let me get some tunes going here. Um, I had somebody do some artwork for the channel, and I think I just sent them pictures because I wanted like an illustrated version of me, and I think they picked one where I was presenting somewhere. It might have actually been from GopherCon. Yeah, because I'm wearing a jacket. And usually when I go to a lot of other tech conferences, I don't wear a jacket. So yeah, it's probably from me holding like house notes or something like that from GopherCon. I'd have to find the original picture. So we have our working prototype, and we started on Friday trying to do some refactoring just to start getting some docs in here, to start cleaning up the code a little bit and do some better error handling and start introducing logging. So I think that's sort of where we need to that's where I'm probably going to continue on today. Before I start working on more features, I should probably start, solidifying a lot of this. We might want to like maybe put some logs inside of message response. That is in HTTP mod, I think. Okay. I don't know. So we could either match on the status code here, and if it's not okay, we could log it, or we could introduce the log messages here before we return this. Here's probably going to be better, right? Because at this point we have context. So for our logger, we would be able to supply like what the input was, what the mixer is, all of those things that this method is not going to have access to. Let's do a cargo watch. Clippy. Okay. So, but first I want to finish the refactoring here. I think there was one more place that I needed to do our new match syntax. And then we need to start... Yeah, here. So we need to fix this, and then we need to move through and finish our comments. And I wonder how much, with the limited time before we have GopherCon, if we want this thing to work, I wonder how much time we should spend on documenting it. Although then we end up with like a whole stream of documentation sometime after GopherCon. All right, well, let's start here. Okay, so we already updated this to use that nice match syntax. So here, that's okay. So we're basically going to do the same thing here, right? Okay. Whoa, what is... Okay. So, input set to active. Let's do... Okay. So... All right, we messed some stuff up. All right, so we need to come to the beginning of this. Wait. All right, so now we're going to pass an and string here. That'll solve this issue. Match E. Well, let's start up here. Unclose the limiter. All right, what did we not close? Wait a second. Oh, because part of our line continued up here. Okay. Okay, so now we need to... Wait a second. So what are we doing here? Okay, so we've got this like giant match here, just so that if it returns back a not found, the mixer returns back a not found error, we want to reply with an HTTP status code of 404. Otherwise, we want a 500. But we actually have all of this logic handled already inside of our error method. So we should be able to just do error and then pass anyway, right? Okay, expected enum found mixer error. Were we converting up here? Error. Red Knave, how's it going? I thought that we had a from here so that we didn't have to do this. Just starting your day? My day's been going for quite some time already. I was working on some GopherCon stuff this morning, and now I'm switching over to Rust. I'm cheating on Go right now. But, yeah, I mean, we launched a cool, like, merch store this morning for GopherCon swag. Alright, so this is here. I might as well finish docking this. Did you use my t-shirt design? I did not. But, so it depends on how much you buy into the kind of goofy cartoon gophers, right? Like, a lot of people in the community absolutely love this stuff, right? And then other people, you know, are like, I'm not wearing that. But the artwork is just badass. There we go. Like, how cool is this? I would wear one of these every day. I don't care. Yeah, they're really cool, and because they're all like esports stuff, you can get one and then you can customize it with your name across the back. Okay, documentation time, at least for this. I should also shoot this to a coworker of mine for like a quick code review. But let's see. This should be pretty quick. For retrieving a for updating Just add this one so I can order it. Let me see. Oh yeah. This is hilarious. There's a bunch of stores that you can just open like this. What's the one I'm thinking of? Is it like Zazzle? So like you could throw together a quick Zazzle store and use your artwork if you wanted to. Oh, minimum order. Yeah, so that's sort of the problem, right? That I've found. Like the swag that the merch that we're selling for GopherCon is like on the pricey side, but it's higher quality materials and the ink is embedded into it instead of like iron on. That'll make a significant difference. But the other side of it is if you want fulfillment, you're gonna pay more for it. And typically, if you're not paying more for it, you're paying for some minimum order quantity, which is always a pain. That's also why, like, if you've ever seen like the GopherCon toys, I have a crap ton of them because having those custom toys designed, they require a minimum of 3,000 of them to be made. Yeah, I thought about it. Wait. The way people like us don't troll them with things like Shitoberfest. Okay. These should be mostly the same. I'm going to add some log messages here too. Removing an HTTP endpoint from the associated mixer. Okay. Any others? Okay, so set active is going to be this one. We're going to want to describe a little bit better. HTTP handler for setting to be the active input. All right, so this one we're going to want a little more details on. So this will change the Z order of all other inputs to be lower than this one, than this input. It will then adjust the volume of all other inputs to 0. So, setting an input to active will reset all its configuration to the configuration to its prior configuration if it had been updated prior due to another input being set active. This may be slightly confusing, but we can always adjust it later. Yeah, so I actually have, we have a storage unit for a lot of the stuff like that left over from prior years. And I don't know, I have probably 20 or 30 of the like. Do I have one here? Hold on. Oops, banging my microphone. I have like 20 or... Can I get this thing to focus? Oh. There we go. But yeah, I have probably 20 or 30 of these sitting in another room over there. Yeah, I wonder if, and I mean, I have a bunch of like Gopher plushies and stuff too. I wonder what like people in the grocery store think when I wear all of this like cartoon Gopher stuff. I did have somebody in the like produce section ask me one time if GopherCon was a furry convention. That was pretty funny. Okay, so I think on error on recover. Okay, on recover we're already kind of doing some handling here. So what we should probably do, I want to log something here. I mean, so the easiest thing to do here would be to do a tracing.error, I guess. Maybe this should be a warning. Let's start with warning here. I don't know. Let's start with this. Because I feel like we don't necessarily, I want to save errors for like, if I search the log, I want to know that something like bad happened. However, here I don't, we may want to push the errors back, or the logging. That's what I'm thinking. We probably want to move the errors back up where we have more context, because here I don't necessarily know whether or not this was an error or a warning, right? So if you try to add an input to a mixer that doesn't exist, then you know, that's really a warning. I don't really care about that because you might have typoed something, right? What I do care about is maybe like the GStreamer errors where something failed, it failed to create an element or something like that. So this probably is a bad place for this. We're gonna move it back up. So like this one is an example, right? We know at this point that the mixer exists and everything, so we probably want to error here. So let's just start from the top and see what logs we want to kind of add really quick. And then this hopefully will be a reference for the way that we'll make all of our stuff work. Okay, so yeah, the error handling, you can make it a Twitch reward. That's not a bad idea. I mean, it would have to be something high, right? Because like one of the reasons we don't have a store is just fulfillment. I wouldn't want to like be running to UPS, you know, 3 days a week to ship plushies to people. Okay. You know what? Let's do this iteratively. So you have a blue one. I should have at least one of each. Okay. Maybe we'll just start with this, and we'll carry this through the rest of the HTTP package, and then we'll worry about logging. I think that's probably a good start. Let's see. We really need to document all this too. I don't want to though. Documentation sucks. This is all our tests. Okay. All right, let's. What else do we have? We still need to document filters. We need mixers. No, HTTP mixer. We need to document that one yet, and then also output. Well, it's more, I'm most concerned right now with like the error handling bits. So I want to make sure that we're handling all of these things better. So let's see. With mixers, helper method used for passing our mixer vect to the HTTP handler. All right. Generates, 3. Generates warp routes. I'm actually really curious how many people, like, it's always interesting viewership on Twitch, right? So, you know, there's obviously like a handful of all of you who are like always here, and I get to chat with all of you all of the time, right? But that's probably not the majority of people. So I'm curious like how people end up here, right? Like, are they like just passing through? Are a lot of people just kind of like browsing Twitch and like, oh, that sounds good for right now? Or like, did people come from Began's channel who is doing Go? Did people come here because it's Rust? So I find that stuff kind of interesting. Okay. This is is generate the right word for this? Okay, so you found me through Mr. Halsey Raiden here. Oh, cool. Generates HTTP routes. Set up route for, say, mixer post mixers. I think I was browsing and saw you were doing RTMP stuff and hopped in because I thought it might directly relate to a project of mine. What's your project? Is it Alcaeus or Alcaeus? Okay, okay. All right. So this one, you know, I guess we just documented a little bit. This one's not going to be as much refactoring. The next file, we'll get through this one really fast. The next file is going to require a crap ton of refactoring. Post. Wait. But my project is simple. Stream from the Pi. Wait. Stream a webcam hooked up to a Raspberry Pi on a website. So I'm going to have a stream from the Pi to the web server. Only Devs Association already paying off. How's that? I was just browsing through science and tech category and started watching your stream because you were using Rust on a real world project that wasn't a game, so I started watching. Yeah, I find that's really common, Michael. I see a lot of people working on, like, they're either like working on game stuff, which is cool. I watch some of the people doing that, especially when it's like chat versus streamer games. Those are really fun. But I also like seeing like other problems solved, infrastructure things, distributed system stuff. So yeah, I can totally get that. And it's funny too, like when I first started thinking about I think Punchy Penguin gifted you that sub, if I remember, Mr. Demon Wolf. But yeah, so when I first started streaming, I thought of it more like, hey, I want to teach things. And so I started kind of designing them around what did I want to teach, what topic, things like that. And McCann, what's going on? And then that actually became kind of stressful because it was like trying to think about what it was and plan what the content was. And so I just decided, why not just turn on the camera and the microphone while I work on what I was already going to work on? And it seems like people are really interested in that sort of thing. So, and this is a really interesting project too. Bartholomew, good morning. Okay, so this is going to be a put, yeah. Delete. Good morning, Mr. Damon Wolf. So you got Docker working? Oh, what is, now I forget what this is. It's a post to Mixer's name. Okay. Set active input. Later, we should probably document what the JSON body is supposed to look like here. But for now, some quick docs on these as a starting point would be helpful. Bartholomew, you got Docker working too? Oh, yeah. Nice to see how people tackle issues. What? I have no idea why that just got triggered as like the bot triggered the CUDA thing, something in there. TF. Oy. Oh, yeah, mixed, yeah. But yeah, Marvro, the one thing that I actually found fascinating is like when I get hung up on issues, I always feel like that's boring for people to sit here and watch me bang my head against the desk. But I've heard people actually like that side of things, like looking at how people troubleshoot and diagnose problems, and I guess I'd never really considered that. Delete. Is that it? Okay. So we're going to leave this alone. It doesn't really do a lot. I mean, we have the recover logic here, so in case it panics, we return back and we end up calling into our recover function here with our error. So that should be what stabilizes our HTTP API a little bit. So now comes the one that requires a bunch of work. Excuse me. I've been thoroughly entertained by you banging your head on it. Want to test your Docker setup? Sure. I mean, if it's not time consuming, I'll test it. It's validation for me as all the things you do, I do. Nice, nice. Yeah, Marvo, I think that that's important, right? Is the watching people code is humanizing, right? We're often used to seeing the end result, and we compare like our crappy code to the end result of somebody else's. And yeah, so watching people code and watching them get stuck on things, make silly mistakes just like everybody else, you start realizing like how normal this is, right? And yeah, I often feel dumb while coding. Not gonna lie, it makes me feel better knowing who spends an hour on a silly typo. Yeah, yeah. Melky Dev, what's going on, man? I know we shout out Melky all of the time, but if you have not seen Melky Dev's stream, you should definitely check him out. He is a fellow only dev. Okay, so we should be able to copy a lot of this, right? Because it's basically the same thing, except instead of an input, it's an output, right? Okay. You're shouting me out of my own channel. Yeah, if you have not seen Eric.dev stream, you should totally check him out. All right, so I'm going to skip over some of this. Well, I don't know. I guess while we're making our way down, we could probably do this. Pub struct input, right? Pub struct there we go. Okay. All right, we should just substitute this, right? Input. Oh, we got to do this one first. Input with output. Okay. Ravenous, how's it going? Gonna make you 2 M's. You can use replace for the code base, but it should work first try. Oh, you're talking about your Docker setup. Okay, yeah. It seemed like Docker was a pretty big hit the other day. I think everybody was kind of liking working on that. Okay, so here's where we want to start doing our refactoring. And we're going to use our input one for reference. Also, speaking of Docker stuff, I need to check with Aaron, but let me shout him out. ARS. Aaron used to work for Deus. We both, our main focus on the DevRel team is actually container related stuff, doing Docker and Kubernetes and things like that. Tomorrow, I think right around the same time as my stream, Aaron and I will do like a containers ask me anything. I'm not sure. We haven't solidified whose stream that's going to be on yet. So, oh, and I have a Discord now too. So if you join the Discord, I'll shout it out which channel we end up on doing the AMA. It helps that it was in an infrastructure stream. Just getting my sweet dose of only devs. Nice, nice. Eric, the level of Docker I was doing the last couple of days of work was crazy. Yeah, what were you working on? Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Wait a second. Hold on, let me copy this. What are we looking at here? All right, so this looks like it's got 2 links in it, right? Am I right? Here's the M's. Okay. Dockerizing PHP, Node, Nginx, MySQL, and Python containers. Okay. Docker's very useful, just a little hard to get your head around. Yeah, it is. The basic usage of it is pretty straightforward, right? But learning kind of common best practices and idioms and things like that, and then, when you're having to like containerize or have containers communicate in ways that isn't like normal, that can get tricky, right? And then especially when you start introducing things like container orchestration, without a doubt. The hardest thing for me was the volumes and networking. Yeah, that can be a problem too. Okay, so what do we have here? Okay, so this is just environment variables.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Raymond. You just Dockered everything like Oprah. You get a Docker, you get it. Yeah. I always have the conversation with myself about whether I should just spin up a VM or run it in a container. Yeah, and I mean, that depends on what you need, right? If you need host virtualization, then a VM is definitely the way to go, right? Dog, I heard you like Docker, so we put your Docker container inside a Docker container. One is for the client, one is for the server, right? Yeah, I gathered that part. And what's this? Okay, so this is the project itself. Okay, so all right, let's Can I trust you, Mr. Demon Wolf here? Do I really need to go look through your code to make sure you're not going to do anything to my system? All right. Okay. So what is it? What do you want me to test here, Mr. Demon Wolf? You just want me to do a Docker compose up on this? Okay, so I need to download your M file. So okay. This one I think is for client, right? Yep. So client.env. Wait, did I mess that up? Which one am I in now? I'm in server. I think Dark Reader is making my page load time slow. All right. Yeah, we put the wrong one in there. He wants you to Kuber his netties. He does. He wants me all over those netties. That's for the server. You switch them. Yeah, okay. Classic only devs. Okay, so it's not just me. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm on a 1 gig symmetrical connection. Why the hell does this website take so long to load? And then I realized it's Dark Reader. All right, we're building. My PC. Are you ready for this? I really hope I know Chrome and Chromium use a lot of memory, but I'm hoping it never needs this much. This motherboard's actually expandable up to is expandable up to a terabyte of RAM. So this is actually Ravenous. This is actually 2 Xeon processors that are liquid cooled. How much was it in total? What the machine to build? Can only just install packages when your package locker are in sync. Uh-oh. So we have a build issue here. Looks like I broke something. Let me look into this quickly. Sure, no problem.
Appears we have a new follower.
Kostrohan, thanks so much for the follow. You know they said that 10, 20 years ago, so maybe in the future you have... This machine actually cost me quite a lot to build. Because it also has a GeForce RTX 2080 in it. It has a hardware RAID card with a gig of RAM, a bunch of SSDs that are rated, a hardware capture card. What else does it have in there? It has like 16 fans. The thing is ridiculous. Oh, it has 2 GeForce cards. That Microsoft money. I do well at Microsoft, but that's mainly my history. You know, I have a long career prior, and like hitting principal level and stuff like that. However, I actually built that machine before I worked at Microsoft. I've only worked for Microsoft for about 3 years, and I built this machine probably 5 years ago. I downloaded more RAM. I did, and I'm not going to tell you where I downloaded it from. It's my secret. The NeoVim shirt, I got this on Amazon, I think. Right, all that streaming money, that sweet, sweet streaming money. Yeah, I built this machine a few years ago, and it's still holding up. No, so I built this machine because I've been working on distributed systems for a number of years, and so I was building basically like almost like orchestration systems and things like that, but they were VM based. And so I was often using a ton of VMs, and I needed to be able to mess with the network in between them, make them drop packets, add latency, things like that. So I wanted a bunch of virtual machines running on my host to simulate a real world environment. And that's why I have this. And now I work for a cloud provider, and there's not a whole lot of reason for me to have this ridiculous machine anymore, but it's still here. 3 years and already making bank. No, actually, I haven't got it. I don't make too much more than I was hired making, and I actually took a pretty big pay cut to come to Microsoft. I was actually making quite a bit more money before I started at Microsoft. I can have 9,000 tabs. That is true. Yeah, I want to make a gaming distribution system like that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, distributed systems are a ton of fun. What's wild? Okay, so I guess while we're here, let's look at this. We need to fix this because this now looks hideous in comparison to the way we are handling things at the input level. And in fact, we could probably just... Okay. We could probably just take this list function and copy it straight from here, right? Because it's basically the same thing as the input, except we're going to change input. We got to do this one first. Input to output. And then we also want to do this one. Okay. Cannot find function. Okay. All right. So we need to import that here. Oh yeah, I forgot. We should clean up our imports too, right? Okay. Don't need that. All right. I definitely want to clean up this filter. We're not going to need reply. We'll leave it there for now, and then it's going to yell at us and tell us that we... Busy chat. Oh, my setup. Just think about one thing. You can flex your PC on other people. Yeah. How many Visual Studio can you run on the machine? Pick, I think the answer to that is 1. How old is your PC game? Always hear Xeons are not the best for gaming due to low clock speeds. Yeah, so I've never gamed on this. I have had people tell me, like, why would you have a machine like that and not game on it? I have not gamed on it. I do have a Ryzen machine over here that I just built. I mostly game on consoles, and the reason for that is I don't like the temptation of playing while I'm at work, right? It's easy when it's on your machine to be like, oh, I'm just going to try this. I'm just going to do this real quick while I wait for the build. And 3 hours later, you're still gaming. So I don't game often. When I do, it's usually on console systems so that I can separate work from play. I agree. That's also one of the things I really do want to build another machine. Well, at least do another motherboard and processor, because the clock speed is kind of low now. Can't game because I always end up working. It's a good problem to have. Fair point, since I've switched from Windows or from Linux. Yeah. Thought about dual booting my... See, I can't do that. I hate having to keep restarting my computer anytime I want to go back and forth. That's why I just gave up. And there's a Windows computer over here for if I need to do like Photoshop or Premiere or whatever else. That's why I love console. It's nice to split work and gaming. Yeah, I have to do that. I have like insomnia issues and stuff like that too. So that's also why like I don't work in my bedroom and things like that. Is kind of separating. So like when I'm in this room, I sleep. When I'm in this room, it's work time, right? Got a gaming PC, trying to turn it into your cloud. Building your own cloud is fun. I built a cluster out of Raspberry Pis ages ago. I legit have 2 rooms, office and bedroom. Yeah. I think it's important to like have that mental switch, and especially now that we're all trapped at home, right? It's really hard to separate work from home, and so that's sort of how I do that. When I'm in my office, I'm working. My kids know, like, if the door's closed, not to interrupt me. If the door is open, they can come in for stuff. And then, like, when I leave the office, that's like when I'm clocked out, right? Turn my own Ryzen 2600 into a NAS. Nice. Do you want to upgrade to a real server GPU? I have 2 GPUs in this thing now. Right now I'm working downstairs because I was having a hard time separating on my gaming machine. Okay. I guess, I mean, we might as well document this while we're here, right? Like this comment is literally the same thing, right? All right, what's our error here? Expected infallible. Is our function prototype different now? List. Is it different now? Huh. Okay, so what did we change? Oh, because it's a JSON result now. Okay, I forgot we changed the function definition too. I would like to have a dedicated desktop for it. Yeah, I mean, JT, I could probably do that now that I have this other machine I just built, which the only time I'm using this thing anymore right now is, I guess I have Outlook and things on there, but I use it to push our video over RTMP to put less load on this while we're testing this thing. Rock Guy, thanks so much for the follow. Laptop was from your old job. They didn't want it anymore because it's too old. Alienware laptop broke. How was the Alienware for laptops? I never bought one. I heard good things about their desktops. Well, before who was it bought them? Dell bought them. Pick, thanks so much for the follow. I guess I assumed you were already following, Pick. You've been here a few times, right? All right. So here's our add. Here we go. So we can just copy this whole... Wait, did we not instrument this one? Hold on, we need to fix that. Because we want... Oh, that's not instrumented. Hold on. I guess we missed a few. Let's just find all of the JSON results. Leonardo, thanks so much for the follow. John, how's it going? Funny thing is my desktop is not a desktop but a laptop with USB-C. It happens to the best of us, Pick. There's people I've done that to before, and like you're in their channel and you're like, I've been in here for months now. And like it reaches a point where it's kind of like you're in a group of friends and like there's somebody you don't know. But then like after some period of time, then it becomes really awkward to ask them their name. And then the longer you go, the more awkward it becomes. So you just have to pretend. Okay, so we didn't instrument all of our functions. So we actually want to go through and do that. And this is basically so that our logging, which we're not really using yet, our logging will automatically include like the mixer name and things like that in it. And I think we can also do...
It appears we have a new follower.
Elemender, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. I'm assuming that those comments are go above our annotation here, or macro, or whatever the proper term is for this. Okay, so we fixed that. Now, I guess we're gonna have to copy list from here too. These things are all basically the same. They're all basically the same thing, right? Except we need to change input to output and input to output. Okay. Alienware laptops are good, but not portable to take everywhere. You really can't work on it without keeping plugged in. Yeah, I guess I could see that too. So I remember the first time I bought a 17-inch laptop, and I was like, this is amazing to actually have, you know, a decent screen. And then I realized that this isn't a laptop, it's a portable desktop, right? Oh yeah, look how ugly that is in comparison to what we're replacing it with. All right, so input with output. All right. Push the changes. You should be able to do a git pull in Docker Compose. Okay. Let me catch on my chat. We'll do that. I prefer 15 over 17 over 13. Yeah, 15 is probably the sweet spot for me too. I do like 13s on planes though. And I feel like these companies don't warranty these expensive laptops. Yeah, I mean, everything is crap nowadays, right? Everybody builds just cheap crap. Although I will tell you, so like since working at Microsoft, so I think most of you all know me as a Microsoft person, but I've actually been a Linux person. That's what they hired me as. Aside from like a 6-month stint I did trying out Windows as a development environment, I hadn't used Windows since like 2002 or something like that. So I am definitely a Linux person and not a Windows person. But I figured dog fooding stuff, I work there. My job is to make it better for people like me. I will admit I mean, you can't see the label on it. There you go. I have a Surface Laptop 3 here. I actually do like their hardware. Microsoft does have cool hardware. XPS is my other favorite. Yep. Dell XPS or the Surface lineup. I do work for Microsoft and do use Linux only. They bought me a Mac as my work laptop to work on Linux. Yep. They hired me with 0 Windows experience. Apparently they have a lot of Windows people already. I mean, surprising. I know, but it turns out they have a lot of Windows people and not a lot of Linux people. Yeah, let's start. I do work at Microsoft. I work in the developer relations group, so specifically a subgroup of developer relations that focuses solely on open source software. I didn't see the ESR post, Bartholomew. I stopped paying attention to what he said when he started saying terrible things about people. Microsoft's latest work has been great. WSL terminal, yeah, that's why I did that 6-month stint trying out Windows, right? Like as a Linux developer, using WSL and VS Code Remote and all of those things. And I'll tell you what, like I stayed a lot longer than I thought I would. Like I would compare that experience to be similar to trying to do Linux development on a Mac. I mean, it still has, oh wait, we already did add? Wait a second. Oh, we already replaced it. I got distracted here. So we still need to do our substitutions. Okay. Do you get executed on the spot if you say, let's Google this thing? Pick, actually, I do not. So there were a couple of things when they approached me to come work for them that I clarified with them. So number one, my OKRs and things like that, and my performance is not based off of how many people I get to sign up for Azure, because I think that is terrible for developer relations, right? That's just marketing or evangelism. So I report up to engineering. So my job is just to build cool stuff, to help people learn how to build cool stuff, and to collaborate with product teams for when we think products suck as a community. Then, I work with them to try and make it better. So I'm actually more beholden to you as a community than I am to the company. So my job is to be authentic first. So I could have an executive listening right now and you could ask me about some problem. And I could tell you, I actually think that Google or Amazon has a better solution for you, and I would not get fired for that. And that's sort of where developer advocacy comes from, right? You're an advocate for developers. So my job is to understand what people are building, the types of problems they have, and to coordinate with product teams to try to address those things. How do we make the products better? Are there gaps in the community? Are there problems people are facing where we might be able to build something or add a feature that helps people? Are there open source projects that we could build that can help people? Is there knowledge gaps where we can do documentation or training to help people? Things like that. So that is my job. My job is not to convince you that Microsoft is awesome. Yeah, not a big fan of ESR, but he wrote to me at least, made sense. He postulates that with WSL MS will ultimately put Windows on top of the Linux kernel. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that that's way too big of an effort. I can't see that happening. Been using Windows as main OS. I thought you were mandated to use the word Bing. Nope. Actually, it depends, Bartholomew. I think that my leadership team going up through Azure and Scott Guthrie and even Satya, I think they all see the vision there, right? However, I am quite certain that there are probably pockets of people inside of Microsoft that are all old guard, right? I'm not going to say that the whole company has changed its view on things. There are probably some old school thinkers still there. I'm fortunate that my direct team all the way up through the CEO see the benefit of this and see kind of the long-term investment in this. And I mean, the fact that I'm doing this right now is proof of that, right? Like I wanted to build this thing to help people with conferences and things like that. And, several layers up had to approve kind of me investing this much time on a project, and they're like, do it. And I get to do it open source and I get to stream it all. But is Microsoft awesome? All right. Yeah, just be awesome and we convince ourselves. Yeah, I mean, altruism, right? Just do the right thing. When you help people, then, big companies need people like this as well. IT helps them grow their products in the long run. Think about it. Microsoft can then leave kernel development to the community. I can't see that happening. I just don't see them building on top of the Linux kernel. I think that should be able to run. I'm a long-time open source zealot that does not believe Microsoft has changed its stripe or its proof of longer-term plan to destroy the cancer of open source. So let's talk about that for a second. Just like they've been changing to be more developer forces, then it itself is awesome, than allowing you to do that. Okay. Wait, then that in itself is awesome, them allowing you to do all of that. Good for them and you. Yeah, that's all I do. Retina, that's literally all I do in the company is I work on open source software and do public speaking and things like that. Meldon, thanks so much for the follow. I do not sit next to Satya. I asked if I could sit next. Apparently, some of my swag just came crashing down. Yeah, I asked for a cubicle next to Satya. They didn't approve it. So you know what? Microsoft's main focus is not even Windows as a whole. Most of their money is made nowadays as business and cloud services. Yeah. Okay. Who was saying? Bartholomew. Okay. Let's chat. So, we've already kind of talked about here. Do we need one of these? Nope, not that one. So this one? Nope, this one. Okay. So let's chat about that for a second. So. I'm a long-term Linux person, and I absolutely, and only devs one in chat. Okay, so I'm gonna have to check up on chat here in a second. Let's talk a little bit about like that whole, Microsoft hating open source and things like that. So I think they did view it as a threat, right? As I said, I'm a long time Linux person, and I despised Windows. All through the early 2000s and stuff like that. And then obviously you started seeing kind of a shift. And with all of the DevRel stuff, it really seemed like they wanted to change. And that's why I'm here, right? Like be the change you want to see in the world. Microsoft wants help doing open source. That's what I've spent my entire career doing. I'm going to try and help them do that. But here are my thoughts on that. When everybody kind of thinks there's like some hidden agenda or they're trying to crush open source, even disliking the way Microsoft behaved towards the open source community and Linux in particular, 15, 20 years ago, I think that if we're honest with ourselves, Microsoft has always cared about developers, right? So they've always invested a ton of money in training and docs, and they did Channel 9 and giving away lots of stuff for developers. The thing is they cared about Windows developers. They cared about developers in their ecosystem. And I think that now when we look at the entire tech industry and cloud being so prevalent and the rate at which it grows, right? They'd be silly not to be a part of cloud, right? And that's why Azure exists. But now your community is much bigger, right? The number of people who use cloud spans across all different programming languages and frameworks and technologies and infrastructure and commercial software and open source software. So I think when people see like this hidden agenda, I think that they're missing kind of the bigger picture of Microsoft has always done stuff like this just for people in their ecosystem. And now because of cloud, their ecosystem is significantly bigger. And I think that's why you're seeing more of this stuff. I don't think that there's a hidden agenda. I think it's just them expanding what they've always done to a much broader community. And again, that's just my opinion. All right, now let me scroll back up on chat. What do we got?
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber.
Codephobia, thanks so much for the sub. MS bought GitHub and NPM. Did they do this out of love? Yes. I think they did. Oh shit, and only devs one-on-one chat. Yeah, and right, they did make all of those mistakes in the beginning, right? But I think now commercial open source software is just a thing, right? I also with your side, yeah. And so that's really my thought. And like GitHub, so let's think about all of this stuff, right? If you make the experience better for people, all of the tooling, your GitHubs, your WSLs, and all of this stuff, and you make Windows the best place to develop software, right? This is obviously their goal, right? When it's time for you to deploy all of your stuff, who do you think about first, right? If you're using all of this tooling already and it just works and it works well together, your natural inclination is just going to be to, to stick with whoever's providing all of that stuff for you. What about Google versus Oracle? Looking at some of these other companies, and that's what I find interesting about sort of like the hate that has lived for so long against Microsoft is if you look at like a lot of big tech companies right now, your Googles, your Apples, your Amazons, are they really behaving that much differently than Microsoft did 20 years ago? And I almost feel like it's like an adolescent phase that companies go through, I feel Microsoft will survive, but not as a software company, but as a cloud company. Yeah, I mean, they're a service company, right? Let's not even go to it with Apple. Oh. Okay, we fixed this one, right? Yes, okay. We're not compiling. Where's our errors? No config in output. Oh, right. Because outputs aren't configurable yet. We don't have... So we need to fix this add here because our inputs have their own configuration for them, which we don't need. Let's just open one of our outputs. Output, I don't care. Let's go RTMP. Create. It's a name and a URI, right? All right, hold on. Let's back out this change. Okay, so here's the old one. I just need to look at this before we refactor. Apple does seem to be the most Microsofty of 20 years ago, right? Yeah, the Epic thing, that's kind of, yeah. Look at all the things Microsoft now has running on Linux, SQL Server. Yeah, I mean, they've open sourcing languages, all of that stuff, right? Because now the money isn't in selling you these things, right? The money is in selling you compute, right? Yeah, so actually, it's really interesting when you look at mixer output. Wait. What's this take? Oh, wait. So where's our output type? Oh, okay, here. So we're just using a name, and some of them have the location. Okay, so that's the only place we should have to update this. It's actually really interesting when you look at what Microsoft has done in the past historically to support older versions. Like they'll realize like somebody like Adobe is using the Windows API in some weird, crazy way, and they know obviously people use that. It's big software, so they test it. And then what'll happen is they realize it breaks, but they know people won't blame Adobe, they'll blame Windows, right? So they'll actually put in like weird patches into the kernel just so that that wonky way that somebody used the Windows API works will still work. Yeah, I don't even want to see how much cruft is in the Windows kernel for... Okay. So... no variant item associated. Okay, so this is name, right? Output name. Yeah. I think. And I think this is just the same thing, right? I think this is just name. Nope. Output.name. Output.name. Okay. Does DOS still live? Does anybody know that? Right, we need to remove this. What else do we have? Variant or such item not found in... Oh, right. Crap. Okay, that's because this is specific to our inputs, right? So this is RTMP, right? RTMP. Can you work for Windows to maintain Windows 95? Do you think there's anybody there that still works on it? There's not a... Oh, right. Oh, I guess we need auto. That's the other one here. Auto. There we go. Okay. Fixed. Now after this, they should all basically be the same thing, except replacing the word input with output, right? Oops, we don't want to do that. We got to do uppercase first. Is this code going to be prod for GopherCon? Codephobia, that is what I'm trying really, really hard for, because there's not a lot of good ways to like switch between speakers and things like that. So that's really gonna solve for that. So that's the hope, is that this will be controlling GopherCon when it works, and then the other thing it will be in prod for is this Microsoft Learn site. Okay, so there is our get. Now we need our remove. I kind of need like a way to just generate this, being that they are so close together, right? Okay. I still use Windows 95 on my main. How many viruses do you have on your network, Mr. Demon Wolf? You forgot to run Docker Compose up in the... do I have a live coders widget down there still? Yes, Microsoft themselves are going to use it. Yep. Yeah, I can't wait. I was one day late. If I ordered it one day earlier, I would have it already, but then I ended up in batch 3. Okay, so this should all work now. Let's do a cargo. Oh, wait. I'm going to come back to Wolf Pal here in just a second. I just want to see where this compiles. Cargo team. Oh, you're in batch 4. Ugh. So what is that? Do you even get that this year? That would scare the heck out of me for the live coder conferences. Lucky number 7 did a bunch of magic in Azure to make everything seamless. I'd be curious what he did. I know Azure Media Services, right? We have all of that stuff. But that's really the same endpoint to do like packaging and transcoding and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I'd be curious what he did. Docker for Windows is a lot different. So Docker for Mac as well. Both of them have virtual machines so that they can get Linux out of it. But a Windows container is actually a Hyper-V VM. I think he ran a Windows box with the OBS. Yeah. So Codephobia, that is exactly the same problem. This right now is actually being ran from a very, very large GPU node in Azure, and it's being controlled over a OBS WebSocket with Python. So that's exactly the problem I'm trying to solve for, is like let's get rid of that. We don't need all that crap. We need like a nice HTTP API and a scheduler to signal the change of something. And plus, also, when we look at kind of this diagram here, there's a few other things you don't get from OBS, right? So one is I can measure things here and here, and I can alert and store the metrics of, you know, what's the bit rate here and here. Do I have audio here and here? And troubleshooting becomes much easier. Plus, you get kind of the declarative API of the switcher. In addition to that, we could take things like a backup video here of your talk, and if your bitrate drops, then we just switch over and start playing your video from roughly the time period you are into your talk. And so there's a lot of stuff we can get for like productionalizing this and getting some insights into what's going on. Okay, so that's all building. Let's check it in. Okay, what do we got here? What did I add to my mvarc? Okay. Okay. I don't know what we want to call this. Refactor HTTP logic with better error handling and docs. Okay. We're going to push that. And then we're going to take a look at Mr. Demon Wolf's thing here really quick. I'm doing machine learning to do face tracking for OBS scene manipulation. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So that's sort of what I'm doing here, right? This is just Nginx with an RTMP module that's transcoding or transmuxing into HLS so that we can preview our streams. But yeah, so he probably did a similar thing here where there's an Nginx for each streamer. You hit that, and then OBS goes and fetches it from there, which is a similar thing that we're doing with our RTMP switcher. Okay, so Wolfpal, Docker compose up. Yeah, this is going to be a really, really cool project later because it'll be kind of like completely automated, adding things and doing picture-in-picture and things like that. Such a programmer thing to do. I need a thing. Well, let's just do it. Yeah, and I also have this, like, I have this real issue with taking on projects that I'm completely unqualified to build sometimes. I have some experience in video and things like that, but I've never done stuff like at this level. But yeah, I love kind of like being thrown in the deep end and trying to learn how to swim. Cannot start service, driver failing program. 8080 is already in use. Unless what? Where's my port? No. Port. Why am I forgetting what this is? Port. All right. LS of port. I always forget what the flag is for this. No, I don't want netstack. Give me ls of. There we go. Well, I want a specific port. There we go. There we go. That's what I want. What is using 8080? Whoa, what is all that? Do you have conflicting ports in your container? Okay, so that's just one. Interesting. I'm not sure why that. Oh crap, I did. MySQL. Oh, right. The bot is on port 8080. All right. Nobody's using the bot right now anyway, so we'll kill the bot for a second. And then we will run your Docker compose and let you hack my system. I wish my network was this fast at bandwidth. Yeah, I told you I have a 1 gig symmetrical connection. This is why like Linux, you can do stuff to find ports. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we're running. What are we looking at, Mr. Demon Wolf? Oh, this is the back end, so we want 3,000. Nope. Yes, it is generally available next to me. You can. This area is growing very, very fast. There's lots of new houses and apartment buildings being built. You could move here. We could be neighbors. I have one command I use in PowerShell to find out what app is using a port, and that is literally the only thing I use. Okay, so this is not. It's not binding. Let's see. You are... Is that container dying? Which, that's not server, it's client, right? So I don't see any, here's client. Knock start. I don't see any errors coming back from it. It could be dying. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, wait. Says it's up and forwarding port 3000. And it's, I mean, it's interesting. How long has it been up? Docker, PS, grep, client. All right, now watch this. I think it's crashing because if we do this, right? I'll bet you that number is lower. No, it's still up. Docker logs, 3C3 DA. So this is listening on 8080. Your client is listening on 8080. No, it's not still building. I think that the issue here is... Okay, yeah, so you could do this. Oops. Docker compose up. Okay, so Mr. Demon Wolf, you can do that, right, for your M thing, but if you don't have control over the port that it's binding to, the other thing that you can do here is in your Docker compose YAML file where you specify this, you could say 8080 here, right? I think I have the order right. I think it's host on this side and inside the container on that side, I believe. I could have them reversed because, you know, we can never remember the order of crap. All right, let's test it. Boom, there you go, Wolf Pal. Oh wait, Code Phobia. You know what I just realized? I think you just I think you just made me hit 50 subs. I think you are number 50. What do you win? I don't know. I don't know. You wanna where'd it go? You wanna go for horse? I've got a box of them. I do now have 5 emotes. We're gonna have to put another one there. Do you not have one? Hit me up on Discord. I will mail you some. We wanted the signed signature of Sachi's fall. Oh, speaking of Code Phobia, if you don't follow me on Twitter, have you seen the swag or the merch? All right, hold on. We got to show this off because I've been working on this. Super fun. So we now have Gopher jerseys and stuff. Because Gophers love all this goofy stuff. You gotta have the esports jersey now that we're all online. Okay, so we checked out that. Was that all you needed me to look at, Mr. Demon Wolf, just to make sure it ran? I guess I'm wearing, what is this from? I'm wearing a hoodie from 2016. Okay, so now back to the switcher. Ah. Cargo, watch, minus X, clippy. I also do find it quite ironic that, I also find it quite ironic that I'm building this thing in Rust to be used by GopherCon. Oh, we should have fixed all of these warnings. Okay. All right, line 2. Wait, what does this complain about? That's not being used? Really? Okay. I don't need that. Reply, we know that's not used anymore. Okay, what do we have on line 66? Mixer config. Oh, right, because we were passing that in. Okay. Is that it? Okay. So let's add this. I don't think anybody's pulled. So again, please do not do this in production. We're going to do a git commit amend. And we're going to force push this. Do not ever do this. Ever. Right now I'm the only person working on this, so... Uh-oh, what'd I do? I'm rocking this shirt. What is this one? I don't think I have any Gopher shirts aside from the ones from GopherCon. Oh, nice. That one's cool. I've been thinking the same. GoCon project written in Rust. So force push basically means we overwrite, which means that the tree on that side is overwritten. So if you were to pull it before I force pushed, your local branch would be broken. It wouldn't know how to merge it. So JT, yeah, I mean the main reason I'm doing it in Rust is just because I need GStreamer and I needed really good bindings and things like that. So, and I wanted to learn Rust anyway. So you need to be a Sith Lord. You need to be a Sith Lord to fix a force push. I'll let you in on a little secret. Git ref log. Every time head changes, every commit, every time you switch branches, right? Do we have a branch here? Okay, so if we were to say check out intersource here, right? It's not gonna work. Wait. Hold on a second. Okay. Now we can check out intersource, right? But if we look at the ref log, you can see every time you change, it adds an entry to the ref log. So you can actually check out back here, right? The two things you never want to do, though, is you never want a git GC to happen, because then that's going to screw that up. You also don't want to delete the .git directory. And I think it's roughly every 100 pushes a git GC is ran for you. Still funny in an awkward way. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Pudgelicious. Hey, Eric, are you working remotely from Microsoft or are you living there? No, I live in the Tampa, Florida area. I have always lived here since I began working for them. So I mostly work on open source, and I used to travel to conferences and speak at conferences and stuff like that. So it didn't really matter where my home airport was. Keep pushing. Yep. Everybody avert your eyes. Sudo, how's it going? Okay. So we need to go back to master now. Okay. So we've got all of that refactored. So next, we could start taking a look at our individual inputs and outputs, right? So I don't know. Input. Look at URI first or something, right? So we could start looking at these for where we could do better error handling. Or are we already doing that? I think we kind of already are doing that. It could use some better documentation, maybe. But that's no fun. How long does builds take on your PC? Does having all of the power help? It depends on what you're building, right? So some builds are very serial, and other times they're parallel. So if the compiler and everything is set up to do things in parallel, then it would be much faster. Okay. All right. So let's look at GitHub here. What do we want to do next? Do we want to continue kind of documenting things and cleaning up code, or do we want to start working on features? I'm not going to worry about this one right now. The named states thing would actually be ridiculously cool to do. So the concept behind a named state is if we look at, say, like where's our input mod? Good. Glad to hear you're doing well. Got your first blog post out yesterday. Awesome. I wish I could blog more. I have a hard time with writing. Like, I can do it, but I struggle like trying to organize things. And I guess that's why I really like streaming, is because like this is what I do naturally. I get to write code and talk about it and sideline when people ask me questions, and I can show you things. When I go to sit down and like write a blog post or even a talk, I'm like, what do I want to talk about? What order do I want to put it in? And yeah, the pragmatist in me says clean up, but features would be more interesting. Yeah, and that's the hard part, right? Is like with a month to go for con. Whew. Okay, so what was I looking at? Oh, for the config here. So name states is basically if we were to take a config and we looked at like the video config, right? Oh, it's in Mixer. Mixer, yeah, here. So we have a lot of information here, right? So like frame rate, the width, height, where it's going to sit. So the idea behind this like named states thing would be to take these configs here and save them by a name. So for instance, we could have, I don't know, main be a name of state, and that would put the video as full screen. Then we might have a state that's called like picture in picture, and that would just be the same config, but with it smaller and positioned lower or something like that. So that's sort of my thought in that. And then we could basically say, hey, change this input to that state or something along those lines. But also we have some work to do in like getting this container running somewhere and just testing the crap out of it, sending it a bunch of different videos, figuring out what works, what doesn't work, and maybe taking some notes. The other things that I want to be able to do, which this one we could probably knock out pretty quickly, would be to have outputs take a configuration so that we can configure the frame rate and resolution and even the encoder that's going to be used on there. And I guess same thing, resolution and volume, things like that. So these are kind of like hand in hand. We could build together. This one, I feel like we need to test it, but I feel like we have better error handling now. Let's try that really quick. So we're gonna get this thing running really quick, and I want to test this before we close it. But all of that work we just did on that recover logic should hopefully fix this one. And what this error actually represents is if we were sending a bad HTTP request for some reason, and it was returning back an error, it would basically poison the whole app, and then all future HTTP requests would break. So let's try it. Okay. Oh, this is still building. Do you think blog posts are big to employers? What, as far as like interviewing and stuff like that? Like what their opinions are on people who blog? Okay, we are running. So let's create a mixer. Codephobia, I don't even know whether you've seen this yet. That's it. Okay. So we're going to post. So we basically have this all running now. And so we are going to post this JSON with what frame rate, the width and height of a mixer. Now this has no inputs or outputs associated with it. It just exists. Now if we add an output, this output is going to be an RTMP output, which is just a container running out in the cloud, running the Nginx RTMP. Okay, so that's created now. Now, if we go to our preview, this is basically just a black screen playing from like a test source, and it also has a sine wave audio in it with the volume set to 0. And the reason for this is that our pipeline has to have data flowing through the buffers at all times. If it stops coming from the input, the pipeline pauses. If there stops being an output, the pipeline pauses. So we kind of have like this constant feed that's there to ensure that the pipeline never stops while you're attaching and detaching things. So now what we can do is we can come in and we can add an input. Okay, so here we're just going to play the Sintel video, which is just this WebM file somewhere. And if we set this to true, we will also record the input before it enters the mixer. Okay, now if we switch to our preview, this will probably take, I don't know, about 20 seconds. And most of the delay here is actually just in this Nginx module. It's not latency from the switcher. And there we go. There's our video. And now I had Big Buck Bunny in here. Okay, let's see. Big. Okay. So that one's rather short. We really need to grab a bigger one for it. Let's see. Postman, where are you? There we go. So here we're gonna add another input, and we're gonna call this one Big Buck Bunny, and we're gonna send it. Okay. So now this one will be added on top. If you're going after something like GD, yeah. Okay. So here's Big Buck Bunny. Interesting. Why is it paused? Why is it paused? So these are the types of bugs we need to kind of figure out. So let's delete Sintel really quick. So this is interesting. Oh, okay. So we have could not initialize supporting library. Okay, so we have something interesting here. In this particular video. So let's do a GST discover on this, and let's see what is, I don't know why this code is coming there. Okay. So it's in H.264. The audio is an MP3, but it has AAC audio. So I wonder which audio it's trying to use, or if it's trying to connect both of them, and that's our issue. Okay, so here's where we demux this. Let's zoom in a little bit. So it's demuxing this, sending it through a queue. Okay. So MP3. Okay, so let's see. Well, I can also, let me close this. I know I've pulled this in another format, and now I'm trying to remember. Like, I know we just pulled this from somewhere. And in a format that we could actually watch. Well, I guess let's figure this out. Let's see if we can fix it. So where is our audio coming from? AC3. A52 decode. I don't even know what this is. So I think our issue here is something with our audio that we must not have. Basically, we can't negotiate. Okay, so let's do this. GST debug. Add mixer. Add input. Well, so this, so Codephobia, this does work on some media files. Now we just have to figure out what we're missing. So we're stuck and paused. Can't find exact taps. QuickTime node. Big buck bunny.mp.webm. Okay. What's interesting is I know that we had a working one at some point. Oh, that's JPEG. No. What? No. Where's the video? There was a whole like HTTP index page that I pulled it off of. And then I restarted my computer because I'm an idiot. Oh, these are only 10-second clips. All right. So let's see. Can we just play this using GStreamer? And what do we have for GST inspect? So we have some MP3 decoders in here. What's Sintel in? Vorbis. Okay, so do we have, is it just an issue of like AC3? Ah. I think we're missing something. And we might need to modify our input configs too, right? Because in situations like this, we have more than one audio channel. And so we probably need a way of being able to specify which audio or video channel that we want to use. Okay, so we have livav. We have AC3 decoders there. So all right, let's see. GStreamer auto. I just want to see an example with both. This is going to give me just video, but I want... There we go, pipeline samples. That's what I want. I just want to play a video. All right, here's what we want. Okay, so let's, well, I mean, I suppose we could download that video really quick too, right? Where are you? Did I close it out? Maybe it was one of these that we used. I don't know. But let's fix it. Well, I mean, while we're here, we might as well try and figure out what our issue is. Okay, so let's just download this. Okay. Okay. So here we're basically taking, using a file source to pull in this file. We're going to demultiplex it out. We're going to grab the first audio channel, run that through decode bin, and audio convert and resample, and then we're going to send it to. This one doesn't have the video, but. Okay, so it is able to get that out of there. Let's see if we can get this second audio channel. So it plays both of them. Okay. So let's take this back and see if we can pull it straight from the web. Boom. Okay. And then we need to do a URI decode bin here. Oh, wait. Because they call it URI. Oh, yeah. Sudo, I totally agree with Codephobia here. Like, having published stuff like that is you know, very, very good for there. Okay, so it's something with URI decode bin. Okay, so there's some weird issue here. It's something related to our URI decode bin. Failed delayed linking some pad of. All right, let's copy this because I don't know what all of this crap means. You stop. But so it looks like it's something specific to URI decode bin. And, you know, is that the way to go about it? All right. Let's search for this.
It appears we have a new follower.
Tom Berry, thanks so much for the follow. All right, let's see if we can see, like, if anybody has this. All right, we'll look at the docs for this, but yeah, I feel like we're just missing. We're probably missing some sort of plugin. Okay, yeah, I know all of this, but I want to know. Okay, so it's not necessarily a codec issue, right? So if we look at our actually, yes, it is a codec issue, but so what happens is this element we're using to pull in the URL, it kind of does its own thing. So it uses an HTTP source to fetch it, and then it passes it through this find element to figure out kind of like what this is, what the container type is, and then ultimately what the then it'll demux out and it'll figure out what the individual streams inside of the multiplex are so that it can send them through the appropriate decoders. And it looks like it's doing that, right? We see an AC3 parse and an H264, right? Then we see this. I don't know what this A52 decode is. I mean, it's still AC3, right? So let's GST inspect. Grab, what was it called? A52 code, right? No. A52. So I'm not really sure why it's sending it through there. So what's interesting is I'm not even sure what A52 is. Is that a different codec? Okay, it's just another name for AC3. Okay, so that should be right, right? So where is our issue? So we're paused all the way through here, right? We can see that here, right? Here's the individual states that our elements can be in. Equals is paused. So our whole pipeline is paused.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Christoph, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you working on? Updating the Zig website? Nice. Zig is a language I've looked at a little bit, but I still really want to get into it more. I have this thing for playing with new languages. Okay, so I'm not sure could not initialize supporting library. So I wonder if there's like a library on my host that doesn't exist. No. I just want the could not initialize supporting library part. That. Failed to open encoder. Oh, whoa, 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 it's right here. GST NV. Interesting. So this is actually on our H.264 encoder side where this is failing. That error is actually coming from way, 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 way down. Where are you? No, no. Here. So that error is actually coming from here. So let's see what we can figure out. So there's obviously something in that pipeline, something in the data that's flowing through the buffers that breaks things in the pipeline. And let's see if we can get some better errors with this. Now I'm trying to remember, is it comma? And then, oh wait, we already have this running. Okay, so this is our NVH264. So there's something not NVH264 enc. Let's turn up the heat. We need the big buck bunny again. Let's close some of this stuff. This one. We need you. Okay, so we're going to send this. It's going to say it's created. It's going to fail. But do we get any more information? What? H.264 encoded supported. Wait, why is that? Oh, because that's still named Centel. Well, this isn't helpful. All right, let's look this up. GST debug. Maybe I'm using this wrong. Yeah, Ayub, I feel the same way right now. Nope. Where's the example? Audio. Oh, audio anything. So we could do oh, wait a second. Because we haven't added an output yet. And that's where everything breaks, right? And why is that taking so long? Okay, here we go. Setting parameters. Output caps, okay. Can't find exact taps. I have no clue what the crap that means. But wait a second. Those are just warnings.
Someone
That's not
found
playing.
you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Temperus, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so that's... So where is our issue? Because now I'm really confused. So let's go a different order. Because before we created the output first, remember? So let's do that and see what happens. And we might need to like take notes on some of this stuff too. Okay. Is it playing? And now it's playing. So then the question becomes, is the issue when we are mixing types of things, right? So Codephobia, you still around? Okay, so here's the other thing I was going to show you. Well, we have a working feed. You also have the ability to come in here. Well, this is just, you know, submitting JSON. We can change the volume. We can change the resolution. So here we're going to now change it to 1024 by 768. We're going to set the alpha mode so it blends a little bit with the background. And then we're going to change the X and Y positions to basically create picture-in-picture. And if there was a video behind it, you would see it. This will just take a second for the Nginx module to transmux this. And then we should see it move. I think I pressed send on that, didn't I? There we go. Boom. So we can do picture-in-picture with it. Yeah, it's just super cool. So like let's bring the alpha back up. I don't know. What's the 480? So let's, I don't know, move it over to 800. Is that the professional Tinder matcher? I've actually never used Tinder. One clean setup you have there. Yep, this is all i3. And you are actually only seeing a fraction of the screen. So right here, I'll just resize this for you and I'll show you. I actually have all of you hanging out over there. Oh, you had me muted? I did laugh. I did laugh. And I said I actually haven't used Tinder. I had used other sites. But yeah, this is just ridiculously cool. So this is sort of the power of what we're doing. So now, oh, crap. I forgot. Wait, what is it here? Nope, here. Hello, teammate. Okay, so we now know that our issue is actually, I think, not when we play the video, but when we put two different videos. Only Devs is where it's at. I still love that name. Cries into a cup and drinks the sadness of not being included. Yeah, all that stuff happened really fast. Like, Only Devs and programmers like popped up just overnight. Is only.dev available? Yeah, I heard a few people had copies of it. Okay, so Our issue was this. I'm gonna copy this because we're gonna reuse this, right? Because we're gonna basically put this on top. So there we go. So nope. Here's Sintel. So our issue was like, if we did, let's do Big Buck Bunny first, and then let's put Sintel on top and see what happens. And then we will go the other way around. Oh, see, why is that hanging? So this is interesting too. Why did that take so long? And what state are we stuck in? Okay, here we go. So Sintel could not transform VideoX RAW. Wait. Let's copy all this to somewhere where we can format it. All right. I got another RTMP source for you. Mine was blocking the AWS. Forgot RTMP. Okay, yeah, we're just debugging kind of an issue that we have here. Real quick, and then we can try and. All right, give me this. Oh, give me all of this. Okay. So what's this saying? All right, so here's our set caps. Could not transform GL memory NV12 8480. In anything we support. I mean, sure. You can post it here and see if people can reach it. All right, so we have, let's look at this because we have some sort of issue basically where caps can't be negotiated. Does it tell us which module this is? No. Oh, it's video rate. Okay, so let's go check out our diagram. So we want Sintel video rate. All right. So here's our issue. Wait, is it on the output side? Input. It's on the, okay, so it's on the input side that we are interested in. Oops. All right, here we go. So what do we have? So here's our caps filter where we're trying to set the color format, frame rate, and our height, right? They're all kind of over here. And what do we have coming in? In, out. What is this? All right, so the code I'm using for this uses the GStreamer pipelines. I really had no idea what GStreamer did before seeing your stream. Awesome. I mean, I'm glad other people are getting use out of it. I really do like GStreamer for things. It's really powerful, even just as a command line tool. Okay, so our issue here is that it's having an issue converting could not transform. So why you no transform? And right, it is video rate, right? It's OpenCV's video. Yeah, yeah. And all of the NVIDIA DeepStream stuff is also running off of GStreamer. Okay, so what is all this? Oh, okay, so the color MBT601, is this our issue? And I don't know anything about this. So my guess is it has something to do with this, right? Which is new to me. So I don't know. Let's close all of this and see what we can figure out here. GStreamer color emetry. Here we go. So we might need to just add another element to our pipeline. Okay, let's see. So this is setting it to BT709 inside of the caps. And we could do that. You're going to lurk. All right, Rockstar. Catch you later, man. So do we just need to manually specify that? I mean, we're not really... Because down here we're using sRGB. So if we just set that as part of our caps, will that work? Let's see. So if we go to input URI, sorry, we go to our caps filter here. Excuse me. So here's where we create it. I'm just going to add our own color emetry. Is that the right word? Color. Okay. And we're just going to say sRGB. I don't know. On the Nano, I have to convert raw video. OpenCV wants BGR24. I need to have somebody who understands video a little bit better do a quick code review. I might actually do that. Take a little bit of money and have one of the consulting groups that employ GStreamer maintainers do like a check on all of this and give us some advice. Karen Garg, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so let's now do this again. So we're going to add the mixer. Then we're going to add an input. Okay. So this is Syntel. We now need this. Okay. Now we send Big Buck Bunny. It created much faster this time. Is it going to work? Oh, we never added an output. Okay, so we have some sort of error here. Failed to open encoder. Let's try and create the output first. This is the stuff I knew we would end up running into. All right, so that's created.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Infinite Star Code, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. What's going on here? So we're getting audio only. Interesting. Okay. So let's kill this really quick. I want to try out a couple of things. And then we should probably... I'm going to get rid of a bunch of this logging. Then we should probably take notes on this. Just so we kind of like fully understand what's going on. Okay, so this is going to die here in a second. Let's add our mixer. Okay. Oops. No, don't you close. Then we're going to add an output. Okay, and now let's add Syntel first. And so this should play. It should be fine. All right. So there's Syntel playing. Now if we add Big Buck Bunny on top, what happens? All right, so there's Big Buck Bunny, but it kind of freezes on the first frame. Okay, so let's just sort of take notes here. Oops. For a second. Okay. Current issue. Create mixer, add output, add Syntel, then Big Buck Bunny. What do we observe? Oops. Setup. Okay. Issue. Errors returned from GStreamer. What else do we see? Big Buck Bunny frozen at first frame. Failed to open encoder. Okay. We're just going to save that here for now. All right. So what happened to our pipeline here? Did we fix this issue? Well, this is all going to be paused, of course. But I do see that it's switching to sRGB. So, okay, so let's run this, I guess, with even more logging again. It took a hitman to move. What do you mean? These are the pain in the butt issues where we can end up spending like a whole day messing with it. All right, so we add an output. And then I guess let's add Big Buck Bunny first and see what happens if we add Syntel after. Does the order in which we do these things, does that matter? Okay, so there's Big Buck Bunny. Let's put Syntel on top and see what happens. Watch it work. And then we're going to have like this weird issue of trying to figure out. Okay. So Syntel, probably because the first frame is just a black screen. That's the issue. Same thing with Syntel being added second. Okay. And we're not going to be able to find anything in these logs because we're just getting all these DTS errors. And If you don't know what DTS is, inside of an encoded video stream, you're going to have a number of frames, right? And so some of them are full pictures, which are iframes, and some of them are predictive frames that use the frames prior, those are called P frames, to basically serve as diffs for against prior full frames, or keyframe is what an iframe is also known as. And then you have B frames, and B frames use both frames that came prior and ones that came after. So for efficiency in the encoder, those things are often layered, where like B frames are basically out of order and things like that, so that as the stream is being decoded, the frames can be drawn more efficiently. But that basically creates a situation where the frames are actually out of order in the stream. So the frames are marked with timestamps. So what you would think is the frames would have a presentation timestamp, and that's what's known as a PTS. And that is the order in which these frames are actually displayed through the video card. And then there's the DTS, and the DTS is the decode timestamp, which is the order in which these things are decoded out of the stream. So we're getting some weird errors. I'm not entirely sure. It might be something to do with what our queues or buffers, where it's basically saying that the DTS has like gone back in time. So there's some sort of clock issue here, but M. Dembski, how's it going? We are struggling through trying to figure out some weird video issues here, where when we add these two videos of differing types, we end up getting a frozen frame coming in, and the video doesn't play. So we're trying our best to see whether we can figure out what the issue is. So why? And I don't know why these FLV mux errors are coming here, because I did say X264 in code. What's the name of the element? Can I just, I think I can just do this by name.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Just shut it down. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so let's see if we can just get errors on this very specific input. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, that's on the record pipeline. Let's try this. Maybe our issue is actually with recording. I didn't look at which one of those was failing. So let's turn off recording first. Correct. FLV is a container format. Yep. So spawning from Flash, but it still lives inside of RTMP. FLV is the container format that RTMP uses. All right, I'm gonna try and get rid of the recording thing, because there's also a possibility that it has something to do with that and not. Oh, wait a second. All right, so we've got Sintel already playing, right? Let's just make sure. Okay, so let's add Big Buck Bunny, and let's turn off recording. I don't know whether we got the error or not. Let's see whether Big Buck Bunny pops up here. Where are you? Okay, so it's something to do with when recording is also enabled. Okay. So I wonder, because we have a lot of things trying to use the hardware encoder, right? So I I have two graphics cards in here, right? I have a RTX 2080 Ti, and this is encoding my Twitch stream. I also have a 1050 Ti, something a friend gave me, and this is encoding our stream, I think. I don't know if we have a way of like specifying which GPU it uses. Finally took the time to watch both of those movies. Which movies? Sintel and Big Buck Bunny? GPU top. Is it in here? GPU top? Okay, let's... That's a good call. I actually would like a debugging tool for that. There is the SMI, right? So, this should give us information too, right? Can I just watch this? Oh, it's a web VPN. Alright, I'll have to set this up later. Try looking for G-top. Okay. Yay, minus SS. G-top. Skarsh, thanks so much for the follow. Alright, Yep, I don't see it in there. G-top something. Okay, so it's quite possible though that this is our issue, right? Wait. Oh, right, because we were trying to do recording. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we can try and do this, right? Because the other issue we're going to have is we're going to be encoding recording times 2. So is this our issue? I don't think I have an OS command, but it's all listed there inside like my about section. It's all Arch Linux with i3 Window Manager. All right, I will be right back. Okay, so let's try this now. A little experiment. So let's restart this, and then what we can do is we will try to send this through RTMP, and we will try to record one of them. and see what happens. And so then we at least know our limitations. But what we could do is one of the features that we have here somewhere. Go away. We'll leave you. Go away. Go away. Go away. Okay. So one of the features that we have though is, where are you? Nope, 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 nope. Somewhere. Where are you? Okay. One of the features that we have that we want to work on is this one, where we can make the encoder, we can set presets for it. And so what we could use that for is allowing maybe the recording to be done through a software encoder or something like that. So our live stream could go through a GPU. So, I mean, ideally though, I think, because I'm just thinking this through. So we have this Nginx here, right? All right, so let's pull up our diagram for a second. So the end result of this is we're actually going to have these deployed for each live stream. So we don't need to record a video because we already freaking have it, right? So the real thing that we want to do is we want to be able to record this streamer's stream as it comes in. Right now we're implementing that here in the mixer, but it's possible to implement it up here where they push their video to, which would also offload some work for the switcher. So this might be the ideal place to put it. But I guess we'll have to, this is just Nginx, right? So we could actually just use Nginx here we could just use Nginx here and pipe it out to FFmpeg if we wanted to have it record. And we could just mount in a volume that's, you know, cloud storage or something like that. So that's probably the ideal place. But just to kind of understand what our limitations are, I want to do this. Did I add the mixer yet? I did not add the mixer. Okay. So, mixer. Go. Output. Go. Big Buck Bunny, you can go first because you play longer. All right, so that one's false. And we're going to record you. All right, let's see if that works. Okay, so that played on top. So it looks like our limitation is interesting though. So this is just a thing called Postman. So yeah, they have like a paid version and a free version, but I'm just using the free version. It's really nice because you can save and group your requests and things like that so that you can just reuse them. It's really nice for like testing out HTTP APIs and stuff. Okay, so that worked. So let's remove Sintel. And then we're going to try and re-add. Oh, no, it was, crap. It was Big Buck Bunny that we didn't record. Okay, so let's go the other way around then. Add the mixer. Ups. Okay, so now we're going to record Big Buck Bunny. And then we're going to add Sintel and try to record Syntel. Yeah, so we got this like weird hanging thing. Yeah, so Insomnia is another option that exists. I've used Postman for a long time. Insomnia is one that I do want to look at. There we go. Insomnia.rest. That's the other one. What are the perks, Codephobia? Should I switch? I haven't looked at it. Okay, so that is clearly an issue. So maybe what we should do here is, I don't know whether this is true for just me or for anybody who uses this. So let's maybe create another section here and call it like known issues. Cannot record more than one input. Potentially only true when also sending to RTMP. I don't know. I think it's good to document things like this, and like we can remove them later. I do think the better solution is, I think the better solution still is that. Okay, so I think that we need to get like a bunch of different videos to try to send through this and see whether we break anything too. That's going to be super important. What did we do to input? Oh, right. Okay, so that fixed one. Okay. So, I mean, I suppose we could implement this feature if we wanted, right? What's everybody say? Should we do this one? The other option is we could start working on container related things where we start deploying these things out. We start getting like a YAML file to deploy these things out. We could also look at how to make this record for us. Stored history, importing is quite nice. Oh, nice. So it just imports OpenAPI. That's pretty cool. Also a very, very, very important issue we still need to solve yet. We need to name this freaking thing. Because RTMP switcher sucks. So what do we want to call it? I don't even know what I want to do today. There's so much to do. Okay. Issues. This one looks good. This one's going to be a pain in the butt. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this one yet. We could look at a closed captioning API. That one. Transitions is going to be kind of a pain. Same thing for lower thirds, because what we're going to do for those is we're going to try to embed Chromium embedded framework so that we can we can put a browser window in front. GST Mux, what's that? That's, I mean, Oh, just I gotcha. That's actually a thing. Everything in GStreamer is has a prefix of GST, so that's why I was thinking there was an actual thing for it, but I forget it'll be like GST X264 enc, right? Right, just yeah. Let's look at this output here. Yeah, let's implement this feature. So right now, this is Mixer. So if we look at our input mod, right here, we have the notion of a config. I think we should probably do the same thing for this is already saved. I'm just gonna hopefully not commit that by accident. Okay, so the other thing we have is our output mod. So I think that we probably really want to introduce the notion of a config for the output. Ideally, that's what we need long term. Okay, so now we have an output config. Record is not a thing here. Okay. We should probably commit that. Add color imagery to caps filter on input. Okay. Okay. So now we have a config for our output, but we're going to need to start refactoring all of this, right? So what's interesting is we changed when we copied over what we did for the HTTP input handlers, we had to make some adjustments because inputs take a config, but outputs don't. But now we're adding this, so now we get to undo that. Okay, so config is going to take a config, okay. I think that they all should take configs, right? Okay. Expected type. What are you talking about? Ah. Okay. Cargo. Watch. Clippy. Ah. Right, so, I mean, we gotta go fix all of the create functions, right? Wait. Oh, because they're in the individual, okay. You can reduce this refactor. Ah, yeah. That's true. All right, we need to use super config. Did I say let? Oh, right, yeah, because you can destructure these things like that too, right? I always forget that, right? I mean, in this case, name is all I need, but yeah, that's good to know. So can you ignore those? Like if I only want one out of there? Oh, wait. Oops. Getting a little carried away. Missing fields. Right. So this requires those fields. But can I do like this blank identifier or something like that to say I don't care about the other stuff? Just out of curiosity. Oh, okay. So it's the ... Gotcha. So this. Okay, cool. So now I just have to fix all of these. Wait, why is that broken? We didn't even change input. All right, let's go through and fix all of these things first, and then so we need to bring in deserialize, right? No, it's in mod. Okay. You can also do it in the function signature, but that's even rarer. Oh wow. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but like, I think I would be ridiculously confused, I think, if I saw that in code. That's how people prefer to do named optional arguments. Huh. All right, so I guess we also need to bring in these unresolved import mixer. Oh, right. Okay. I'm going to worry about the output ones first. Okay. So all of these are just our HTTP logic that's broken, right? So let's here. Okay. I'm just gonna borrow this logic here because it's practically the same, right? Except it's a output config, and output is the request that we have. Output. Okay. So then here, all of these should just be giving the config, right? Okay. Wait a second. No field video and type output create request. Oh, right. Because we didn't, on our create request here, we just have the output type and location. Whereas for our input, right, we have these optional audio and video configs that can come in, right? I think it's obtuse, and I would only suggest it for destructuring tuples. Okay, yeah, that would make sense, right? Because then you could name the individual fields in the tuple. Failed to use. Okay. Output record. What? Oh, right, yeah. Like record? We're not recording the output. I mean, we could, right? But we would want to do that at the mixer, right? Because there's only one output. We would probably want to record it before it goes out somewhere. But ideally, I think if you were to record, you would just add a file output. Okay. So, not found in this scope. Output mod line 46. The other thing that we probably might want to configure too is, like, on our individual outputs, like, what do we want for our audio encoding? What do we want for our video encoding? And to maybe be able to supply each of those. So I think what we're going to find is we're probably going to modify our create request and config a little more, because we're probably going to want to have like encoder settings, right? Okay. Can't find a value name in this scope. Okay, so we should be able to start fixing these things, right? Wait, no. Which file? Okay. Config. 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 I hate that the location isn't part of the config, but location isn't, it's not something that's in all of them, right? Okay. It's 73. Wait, no. Is that HTTP handling? Yes. So source HTTP output, that is on line 73. What do we have going on here? Cannot find. Wait, what? Mixer config not found in this scope. I'm confused here. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so what this is complaining about is we don't have this mixer config. And essentially what we're trying to do here is, if you don't supply your own audio or video settings, we're basically going to go back to the mixer that was created, and we're going to copy over what those are. So like whatever resolution the mixer is, we're just going to set the output to that. Later, I think that we need to probably adjust our pipelines and make them smarter. So if we end up in situations where like the output is the same exact encoding, well, I guess the mixer is always going to be raw. But for example, if we added two outputs and they were the same encodings and things like that, right now we would end up having two encoders. And so we're doubling the work, where really what we probably want to do is figure out like, hey, these two outputs actually use the same thing. So let's just build a T and then send them out. But that's gonna be a little more complicated to design in this like abstracted way. So we're probably gonna have to think that through a little more, which is the only reason we're not doing that now. Okay, so not found in this scope on. output line 74. Okay. Oh, right, because the same line, right? Config as output config. All right. All right, we should only have a few more places to fix. I'm still curious why this is broken, but we'll get to that. All right, so on output mod line 34. Okay, so this is just erroring because we actually need to fix the individual auto RTMP fake, right? We need to fix these. Config let config name. I wonder if I should. I mean, I would imagine if I just need the one field, the appropriate thing is probably to just do this, right? The other way would be if I'm using like 2 or more. Can that fine? Use super config. All right. Okay. So we still need to fix RTMP. This sound is a slapper. You know, some of the music from here is actually... Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so wait. Okay, so RTMP should be the only place we still need this, right? And equal. We're gonna need a bunch more stuff from here, and then I'll figure out what to do to refactor that. So we're gonna need to use super config here too, right? Okay. So this should just leave us our input and whatever not found in scope on auto. Use super config. Okay. Does that just leave us with our input one that I'm not sure exactly how we broke when we haven't touched any of this? All right, so let's close. URI. Okay. $189. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Because now we have this recording thing. Shoot. Okay, so now we need to actually take a... How do we want to do this? Let's copy everything over. So we're going to say let recording config equal output. Are we importing output at all? right, so we want that, and also config as output config. Okay. I don't know what's going on with all these crazy error things. Something in one of my updates. Okay, so now we need an output config. And obviously the name we're just going to take from the input config. And then audio, can we just clone? Can we just clone this and do, oops, and do the same thing for video? Okay, well, we know that. So if that, then we should be able to just use the recording config. I hope. Oh, because this is, so this, wait, so this should still be able to be config.name here. I'm confused. Right. Okay, wait. Okay. This is my issue. I'm messing things up here. Okay. So this we're going to set. Okay. Passing in the name here. That we need to use format on. Here's where we're going to use the recording config. I'm just not paying attention to the syntax. Okay. Use tracing subscriber, remove it entirely. Why is that not being used? Well, I'm going to leave that for now. This is annoying. Okay. So now we should have the base of the ability to create an output. However, in our RTMP, we're going to need to change this, and also inside of our file output, we're going to need to honor these things because right now we are not. So I guess let's think about this config for a second too, because I think that we probably want another config here. We probably want an encoder config here. Pub name string. I don't know. There might be something else here. Like for instance, let's look at our x264 encoder, right? So we're already kind of like setting the format and the profile. So we should probably do that. And pub format. I don't like the idea of doing this. All right. So Musin, you might be able to help me with this. So here's what I'm thinking. For like format and profile, right? I ultimately need an inster here, right? Let's ignore this. Inside of HTTP output, we have this create request. Well, ultimately, what I want to do here is do something like this, right? I want to pass in the encoder config here, and I kind of don't even like it here. I should just nest these. This might be the point at which maybe we should just break this up. Although to stay consistent with input, it might make sense to just do this. All right, let's just do this for now. So the idea here is now that coming in through the HTTP request, if we were to add an output here, we should be able to say encoder, right? And inside of the encoder, I should be able to say, format I420, right? I don't know. Name. I think we need a better name for this, but say X264 Inc, right? So this would allow me to do this. So the idea here is that I'd really like, you need to be able to do this in the JSON request. However, I would really prefer these to be enums, right? That way you're forced to give me one of like you're forced to give me like one of a specific set of options rather than like any generic string that I have to look at. Saturday can do that. Microsoft developer, thanks for the raid. What's going on? What were you working on? Welcome Raiders. We are currently actually working on a project that will be used by Microsoft.
Someone finds you interesting.
Sean, thanks for the follow.
Have a new follower.
So we are currently working on an RTMP switcher that will be used hopefully by GopherCon next month, as well as for the Microsoft Learn TV. And the basic idea here is that we are going to have each streamer be able to stream to their own endpoint. And then our switcher is going to be able to grab each of these and transition between them and send to one or more outputs, including recording, measure bitrate here so we can fall back to pre-recorded versions or layer in videos, do picture-in-picture, and all of that will be like controlled by this scheduler here that another person from Microsoft, Rob Connery, is working on. If everybody wants a quick demo of what we have so far, I can show you. I guess we could stash the changes. We're currently working on a refactor now so that we can change the encoder settings on the output. But here, we'll do a quick demo for all of our new raiders here. Yes. Ramscabrel. This is completely open source and there's nothing tying it to Learn TV. Here, we'll do a quick demo and I'll show you. So I'm going to just stash the changes here so that we can get back to a running state.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Ramo, thanks so much for the follow. All right, we're waiting for this thing to compile. And then Musin, I'll do a quick demo for all of our new people, and then I'm going to look at what you're talking about with the tagged attributes, because I definitely want to do the enumerations. Okay, so now we have a switcher that's running. There's nothing in it. So we're going to come here. We're going to post this JSON to it, saying that, hey, we want a 30 frame per second mixer, and this is the resolution we want. Now this thing just exists. There's no inputs. There's no outputs. So next, we're going to add an output. We're going to say, hey, I want you to pump everything that comes out of the mixer to this RTMP endpoint. Let me remove this. This is something we're working on right now. Okay. Boom. We now have we now have an output. So if we come here, we're going to see just this blank screen playing. And the reason for this is we need to keep a constant video and audio feed going. Otherwise, our pipeline goes into a pause state. So we basically have a sine wave with the volume set to 0. So there's always audio. And we have this just black image that's just replayed to basically create just a nonstop feed. And now we can, add and remove inputs and outputs at will. Okay, next we are going to let's do Big Buck Bunny. That'll play longer. There we go. So we're gonna take this Big Buck Bunny. It's just an MP4. We're giving it the URL. So all of this basically replaces OBS. This thing can just be running in a cloud somewhere. So now we just told this to add the video at that URL to our feed. And there it is. So then what we could also do is we could come in here and let's go backward on here. We're going to not play Centel. Let's pass in a video configuration here. And I'm going to just steal it from our update. Okay. So now what we're doing is we're passing in a video configuration for this new input, setting a 1024 by 7068 on it. Let's give it a little alpha here. And then we are repositioning it. Oh, what did we break? Oh, okay, so we missed an unwrap there. All right, so this is the first time I've ever tried to do it this way. But we could do this. We'll update the current one. So we're going to update Big Buck Bunny, and we're going to change it to do that. I think replacing OBS and capture screen like capture Microsoft Teams or games. Yeah, so you could push OBS to this, right? So there we go. We just put a little alpha on it. We resized it. We moved it. And then here, we can come in here and we could add another input on top. And then let's, where's the order here? The order. Let's put this thing like way up top. All right, so there's our new video. It basically gets layered completely on top. And if I got the change in fast enough, we should see Big Buck Bunny now move up front and do kind of a picture-in-picture thing.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Chill Medicine, thanks so much for the follow. So that's where we're at. We've got a couple little bugs there, like where you just saw. I should add that to our issue tracker so that we remember to fix that. Maybe after this refactor, we can fix whatever that issue is. But yeah, so we have a rough working proof of concept here, and then we still got some solidification to do. But
it appears we have a new follower.
Surly Dev, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. Refactor. Okay. Where were we? We were inside here. Musim was telling me let's see. You probably want to look at the Saturday tagged attribute. Okay. Let me open up here. What do we got going on? The default representation for this enum in Saturday is called the externally tagged enum representation. Okay, so this is... Okay, so we got to play.rust. Since you plan on adding Ceph support, have you thought about whether you can make video sources available as video tags so that all layout compositing can be done via HTML/JS? I had considered that. However, one issue that we'll have is that eventually I want to be able to do transitions. And I think in order to do transitions, we need to get the raw buffers. And so we'll be able to do that. The other issue is that one of the problems with using OBS for what we're doing now is that you really have no insight into what's going on inside of OBS. So doing it this way in code, we have the ability to say like measure bitrate here and measure bitrate here and monitor these things and alert based on things that are happening. We could also look at like anomalies in like the audio and video to see how much data for each of them to know like, hey, audio dropped out somewhere. We're getting no audio here, but we're also getting no audio here, which can allow us to help like diagnose where the problem's coming from. So that's one of the main reasons for going this route. Oh wait, yeah, I was looking up the Rust playground. Okay, so okay, so this is an executable. Gotcha. The commented outline near the top is how you change the naming. You can also specify different naming scheme for serialization and deserialization. Okay, so we should be able to do this. I mean, I suppose I could use this whole thing, right? And then I would also need one for the encoder. So let's do this. Output mod. Okay. So you just place a comment here. Is this always below the annotation that comment exists? What is this? Variant should have an upper camel case. It does. Oh, the comment is dead code. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. So why are you complaining? You probably want allow non-camel case. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that at least for an enum, you would probably want to name things like this, right? I mean, that's pretty common practice, right? Oh, wait. Allow. There we go. Wait. What am I missing here? Oh, 3 L's. Okay. So that has all of these.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
I don't think that we're going to use all of these, right? But yeah. We should probably create a default too. Freljung, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we probably want to create a default here, right? Because we already have... Ooh. Interesting. So in the mixer, we have like a default config here. So we probably want to create one of these for our output too. Right? So for here now, maybe we should move this up. Because the format is going to need to exist inside of the mixer too, right? You can implement the default trait. So that's a new one for me. So I just basically created these functions to do the default stuff here. So you're saying there is a default trait, Rust default trait. Okay, a trait for a given type is a useful default value. Sometimes you want to fall back to some kind of default value and don't particularly care what it is. This comes up often with structs that define a set of options. How can we define some default values? Interesting, okay. So we just need to impl default here. Okay. So I guess what would that refactor look like, right? So how would we do nested, right? Because we have a config, and a config has an audio config and a video config, and we would want the default here. Oh, they're functions, right? Okay, right. Okay, so let's just go in order. So we would need to do impl default.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
For video config, right? Actually, let's do it in... Oh, yeah, video config would be first. Okay. Subnet, thanks for the follow. It handles the nested defaults. Okay, so if I do this... so... All right, so we need to move this. I want to move this up. Where do we want this to live? Do we want it in the mixer? No, let's move it up. Let's put it in lib. Yeah, let's put it in lib. The crate implementations don't have to be the same module as the type. They should be so you can find them easier. That's going pretty good, Subnet. How about you? Okay, so we move format up here. So now, where's our default video config? Let's do this, right? Okay. Expected type found 30. Wait, what? What am I missing here? What is this error? Unexpected type. Interesting. Why? Why are you erroring? And it's only this one, right? So if we did none here. Oh, I broke. Wait a second. We haven't messed with input. All right. I broke input mod. Oh, because I put encoder config. Oh, wait a why is encoder fit in config in here? That's not more. It's supposed to be in output mod. Ah. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this is just in our HTTP mod. I have too much crap open. We were gonna leave you open. We still need you. You can go away. Okay, so this is where we're bringing in our encoder. This is just complaining because we haven't imported this, so it has no idea where it's coming from. Output encoder config. Okay, that should fix that. Oh, did I screw that up? Oh, yeah. It's going to return a self. Then we need to define our self. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so now let's change our video config definition here, because we no longer want this to be a string. We want it to be a use crate format, right? So this should be an optional format. So how does this work with warp and Serday, right? Because right now I have all of these options here, and that's how I'm allowing like optional config values to come through JSON. And what I want to ensure that I continue to do that. Serday uses default. Okay, hold on. If you want a shorthand for defaulting a ton of fields in a default implementation, I have a neat trick. Let name location food bar equals. Name location. So is it Serday or Warp that's parsing the JSON, right? Because one of the issues that I had was like here, you know, if I don't supply Z order, then it breaks, of course, right? So I implemented all of this as options to get around that. So you're saying that if I implement the default trait on here, that I would be able to make these optional without options, without wrapping them in an option? Okay, what is this saying? Expected enum format found struct string. Okay, right. Well, we know that. Not clone not found. Okay, so let's go to lib. Clone. Learning so much today. Okay, so. Oh, if the value is not present when deserializing. Okay. All right, so I guess we have a lot of refactoring to do. So really, we should be able to unwrap all of this, right? We're going to break so much stuff. Yeah, I didn't like having to do all of this, like, option stuff for these. Okay. So, there we go. So now video config. Which will do i32 default. So that's not... I guess that's not entirely what I'm looking for. Yeah, so... Here's where you can find the code in all of its glory. Keep in mind when looking at it, I am learning both Rust and GStreamer while building this thing. So we're slowly making it look like more idiomatic Rust. Okay, so we don't want this. However, I don't have to worry about default being called on i32, right? Because it's going to first call default on my video config, which is what this, right? Right. Oh. This one's going to be interesting. All right, so this is going to be format. Wait, what was it? RGBA, right? Okay. So format RGBA. Okay. No, it won't call default unless that field in the JSON is missing. Oh, crap. Yeah, so we're going to have to use options. We're going to have to because... so in this case, right, if video didn't exist, it would call it on that. However, if video existed but these fields did not, then it would call it on i32, right? And that's not what I want. I need to be able to set these values. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm going to have to stick with the whole option approach. Well, I mean, it was worth a shot to consider, right? You can give it a function to run instead of default. What do you mean? Is that on a per field level? Okay, how do I do that? I guess the other thing I do need to consider here is Z order. Because Z order is special. Because there is a such thing as a Z order of 0, right? That would be the bottom level. However, I need the ability to not set this and just basically tell the mixer to add it on top. So I would have to add that annotation for every field, right? I'm just thinking here. Okay, so this would be format RGBA. Okay. So all this works. Z order, I think I have to leave that one in an option, right? Because I need to know what you want that to be. I've never been more confused by language syntax as the past minutes. Yeah, Rust takes a little bit to kind of wrap your head around. I'm still very much learning. I mean, the basics of it are fairly straightforward. I will say that. When you get into other stuff like this, right, it's sort of like hidden magic. What language are you coming from, Buck Joe? Okay, so here, this is my default video config. Let me go copy this stuff here, right? So you're saying I would need this for like a lot of stuff, right? Height, default, right? So I do this for each thing. Is that really what we want to do? Yeah, Serde is kind of confusing and warp. What is the self in the return? Okay, so in this case, this is just the function signature. So we're saying the default function is going to return a type called self. This could have been video config, right? So we replace it with the word self here, which basically just means I'm implementing this trait, like think about it like an interface for this type. And we do the same thing here, right? I'm just implementing the mixer type. But by putting self here, it basically is a stand-in for whatever this is. That way I could change the name of this and not have to change these definitions. Does that make sense? And then here is me just creating a struct literal of video config, right? So this could have very well just been video config, video config. So default function that returns the video config, and this is just the last statement in Rust is automatically returned. So we could have also done this return, right? We could have done this too. JS, TypeScript mainly, some Go. I do a lot of Go. I've come from Go, about 9 years of it. Oh, they go on top of the attributes in the struct. Okay. Let me remove this. Does that make sense, Bakjo? Okay. So we need to actually come up here and do like this. So this would be frame rate default. format default. Format default like this. Mucin's always here. I have to give Mucin credit for probably being the reason I am not insanely terrible at Rust. I've picked it up much quicker than I probably would have without their assistance. Exposition up height. All right. Okay, repeat. Okay, so now I guess we need to go implement all of these things, right? So does this go in the still go in the default trait? No, it would just go in the normal implementation, right? Right, so we would just do impl video config. And then this would be function default frame rate. So you can just use Serday default for that. What do you mean? Yes. Derive and Serday are just annotations that basically run like macros as part of like a preprocessor. And then they generate some code. The default function lets you give it a specific function to run instead of default. Picked up Rust to learn watching Mucin. Now I'm trying to learn graphics programming while learning Rust. Nice. It'll just go in the module. Okay, there are macros to get the source code and modify the tokens at compile time. Right. Why would you need public struct and also public for the fields inside? Because you can actually set visibility on the individual fields so that you could say like, well, if you're in the same crate as this, then you have access to this field. But if you could use this struct in another module, but you only have access to a certain set of fields on it. I think I'm confused what you're saying. Hey Eric, it's been a wild time. Last time I was procrastinating my master's thesis. I just received my results. Great distinction. Oh yeah, the art of procrastination. Yeah, that talk is amazing. Glad to hear your thesis went well. So I might be confused what you're saying, Mucin. You're saying I don't need to do this? And are you saying that this just exists up here? And it's not inside of that? Okay. What am I missing here? Oh. Because I'm dumb. Here. Expected semicolon. Why? You can put it in one or a submodule, but the strings you provided are telling Serday to look at the functions in the module. Can you tell it to look inside the implementation block? Why not use the standard default version, or doesn't it work when only a few fields are missing? Yeah, so Lockman, that's actually what I'm currently learning. Somebody else just mentioned the same thing, the default thing. So I know absolutely nothing about all the Saturday default stuff, so please feel free to school me. You do video config repeat. Okay. So you would. Okay. All right, so this is just like all the places that are using this right now. How do I want to do all this? Do I want to fix all these packages? All right, I want to put this all in an implementation block. I just think that'll be cleaner. So let's do that. And then I guess we can fix these each, right? So this would be video config. I kind of like it better this way anyway. Default frame, right? Default format. Default width. All right. Okay. You want specific defaults and i32 foo. Yep. You can also put it in a module, which is cleaner. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, and my thought here is this might be kind of clean too. For instance, like let's go into this input record. Let's just look at like this one, right? So if we go to record, oh, it doesn't have a default here. All right. But what I was also saying, you don't need specific defaulting functions if the Rust defaults are fine. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. So that part, you know, we can totally do, right? So inside of here, like X position and Y position, right? 0 is fine for those, so we don't really need those. Z order, is the default for option none? I would assume so, right? And false we don't need, right? Oh, you still need the default line. You just don't need to tell it the function. Gotcha. Okay. So in these particular cases, we need something specific. Okay. Okay. We probably should have finished that first refactor before we did all this, but you know, yellow. So We also need a couple of these, so frame rate default. This was height. Uh, 1920 by 1080 with default. Okay, so that's probably the cleaner approach, right? If we just do this, then for all of these, we could just remove those, right? Okay, I like it. So then alpha is an F64. Alpha F64, that's going to be 1.0, okay. And then we still need format. Okay. Format. And that is a format. I'm going to return back RGBA. Okay. Cannot find default alpha. Oh, because it is not default alpha. Frame rate default. Okay. Format default. All right. This is kind of nice because then now we have these static methods. If we're curious like what the default is, we can just grab them from here. Video config, height, default, okay. And what might be kind of cool is we might be able to override these later. Alpha, default, okay. Yep, and in your default implementation, you can just call them so you have a canonical source of them. Yeah. Okay. So now here, I should be able to just return back a self, right? Because all of this stuff is defaulted, right? Wait, am I thinking about this right? Right. Default doesn't know about Serday. Wait. I don't think I understand what your last two messages mean. You can bang that attribute. We'll take a trait method as well. So let's find, I need to find where all this stuff is, right? Default config, AG default config. Oh, we have a lot of places being used for that. Oh, I think this is just tests. Okay. The default equals foo can be a trait method instead of a static method. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So this should all work now. So I should just need to start fixing up my errors. But your default implementation needs an actual implementation. It knows nothing. I don't think I understand what you mean. The default implementation needs an actual implementation. Right now it's self-recursive and will crash. So you're saying I need to actually go back to this literal here. Oh, right, because we're calling default on it. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. All right, so here we actually need to do self frame rate default, right? Like this. Self with default, right? Okay. So we basically need this. You can do self frame rate here now. Wait, what? Does that work? Does that work like this? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. You just thought that I had named my default functions without the underscore default. Gotcha. Okay. All right, now let's see what kind of other crazy errors we have to fix. We have a lot of them. Wait. You can have fields and functions with the same name, by the way. It's really neat. Oh, okay, so they don't conflict with each other. I guess that could also be kind of like a foot gun too, but okay, so I guess we need to start refactoring all of this stuff. So on line 395, no, what is this? Mixer mod, okay, 395. So we don't really need these, right? So the whole idea here is that we're trying to get rid of these, right? So, right. Okay, so that was the end of function. Okay. Let's see what happens. We're gonna break a lot of stuff. The number of times this freaking music app crashes on me is insane. Okay, so now we should be able to go into our mixer, and we've got a lot of issues here because we're trying to unwrap these things that are options, which are no longer options now, which is also another error that another issue that we wanted to address anyway. This one is still going to yell at us, so we have to figure out here, how do we convert our enum, right, to a string? Do I need like a from trait here? Or an into trait? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yes, frame rate is an enum, and we technically want it as a string, I guess. All right, so method not found on I32. All right, so I'm gonna fix these really quick just to get rid of a crap ton of our errors. Ooh, we need to fix this too. Fix this. So we still need to go through and search for all of these like unwraps too. If it's a static string, you can just add a method to the enum. Hold on. Format. Okay, so here. Okay, so let's do that. We need to impl display for video config. Oh, no. We need this for, here. We need impl display for format. Let's see. Display trait. Okay, so we just need like this function, format function. It's not in the prelude. What do you mean? Is it in? I think we only need this one right now, right? I think. Go away, all you errors. Wait, what? I don't know what's going on with all of this error stuff in Vim. I wish that actually worked. Me too. Me too. Okay, so in theory, we just want what's the significance of this underscore A, Musin? So does this work? Is this what we want? Okay. Not method, wait, method not found in format. Oh, wait. Okay, all right, I gotcha. This is on 116. Okay. All right, let's see. What's your example use? Ah. All right, you need standard formatter and I guess that's what I'm confused by is what this is supposed to look like. Let's see. Let me see if I can do this. Display trait. Let's see if I can like see. Just want to see an example implementation. So they're using debug for theirs. Okay, so here's what theirs looks like. Huh. Okay, so they're just doing a match on... So what's the difference here? So you're saying that this won't work. Which string formatting? What string formatting are you referring to, Musin? Oh, so it's almost like recursive, where this basically just means... Isn't that what I'm implementing, though? So you're basically saying I need to do the same thing that they're doing, right? Where I need to like match on it. This is one of those things where I feel like it should be easy, but I feel like I'm an idiot. Okay. So you did... So this is what I was hoping not to do. I figured that there'd be like an easy way to say, hey, take whatever the name of this thing is, right? So in like Go, if you use the reflect library, you can actually get like a string representation of this exactly as it is. Derive more crate can do it for you. Okay. But I mean, for now, we can just use this. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, so we can remove all that. Okay. Oh, that's a good point then, too. I mean, if doing this manually buys you less allocations, then I guess that there's a benefit to that, right? Okay, so there is no set value is not implemented for format. Okay, so then that didn't end up working the way I thought it would. Well, no, because now what I would do is I would actually do a format, right? And then this should call my method, right? All runtime langs Go need a name of compile time function. Ah. I've broken so much stuff. Okay, so This is a crazy refactor. I don't even know how the defaulting is going to work here. I guess let's go try and fix all of this. 399 and 388, 399. I think C# can do that without reflect at compile time, and it's something I wish Go had so bad. Yeah. Yeah, reflection for that purpose seems kind of silly. 377 and 366. 377. I guess we can just go through all of these, right? I don't know how I turned on highlighting, but so this is going to be like a massive thing because we're like refactoring our defaults in addition to the initial feature. We probably should have wiped that away and or at least finished it and then done this refactor, because now this is going to be like a mixture of two things that we're working on. But I mean, what are we going to do? Expected enum. Wait, this is all an import. I guess we're gonna have to do the same thing for input now. Input mod. Right. So we basically have wait, no, I'm confused. Expected standard option found U32. Why does it expect an option? Oh, for Z order, right? Z order. Set Z order, right? For this particular one, this one is an option, right? That one has to be an option. We need to know that, whether or not that was set or not. Rust is actually quite lovely so far. There's been an answer for everything, even if I don't understand it at first. Yeah, I mean, I get confused by things, and there's still a lot that I'm confused by, but I do like the language, and there's certain features of it that I really wish that Go had. For instance, I absolutely love the enums with different variants where each one can encapsulate another type. I love that. I love the error handling side of that, where the kind of pattern of getting back a result or an option. Like, I really, really love that. And I, especially for error handling, and to match on that, well, I guess you could use select, right? So Go kind of has some stuff that it could do. Okay, so, oh, because we haven't changed, that's why. All right, so let's leave that broken for a second, because our issue is just that we haven't implemented this for our audio config yet. I guess, right, we're gonna do this. We only have one parameter here, so this is going to be audio or volume default. Okay, and then we basically implement the same thing here, right? Okay. Volume is self volume default. Okay. audio config. Okay. Okay, so now this brings up a question, Musen, too. So if we have, well, yeah, obviously we need to impl volume. And then we need a function volume default. And this needs to return back an F64. And we're going to make it return back 1.0. Okay. And this is no longer an option. Okay. Can I find type volume? Audio config. There we go. Create company next, Google. Okay, so what's our expected function arguments? Why? That can't be right. Okay, yeah, that's just leftover error. Okay, so now in mixer mod, we can fix that. Line 328. So now we don't need to unwrap this anymore. Okay, so yeah, we just need to fix all of these. Line 190. Okay, so this is where we're trying to set one to be active or not. Oh no, this is the background. So much to fix. I think we bit off a lot here. I mean, it's going to be a cool refactor. We're going to learn a lot from it, but there were probably more important things to work on. I do like the idea of this defaulting, though. And we're going to have to... no, we won't, right? Because we already have sort of this default thing here. Okay. Function. Oh, duh. Audio config. Okay. I love this project idea. I was wondering, is there any benefits to doing this in Rust as opposed to like JavaScript or Python? Is it to make use of Rust safety with concurrency? Yeah, so I wanted a low-level language, a systems programming language. I have seen a similar project in Python I can link to. I wanted... so I wanted something with really good bindings for GStreamer or FFmpeg, libav rather. Depending on what I used, I chose GStreamer. The core devs for GStreamer also use Rust. Some of the new elements in the pipeline are written in Rust. So I figured that would be a good language. And especially if like we ever needed to hire somebody to come look at it, having it written in a language that they're already kind of using and things like that would be beneficial. But yeah, I wanted something super low level. It's a language I've been trying to learn anyway. So not a lot of overhead there. Oh neat, there's a PR to let you just provide an expression for defaulting. Oh, cool. So an input URI. But yeah. So I had considered doing it in Go, but the bindings just weren't great. And
Someone finds you
Seago
interesting, sir.
has
It
like
appears
its
we have a
own
new
set
follower.
of challenges as well. So that's sort of why I went this route. And it can take closures too. Oh wow. That's an open pull request to the Rust language. All right, 168. 168. So now we need to like well, I guess we can just like remove all of these, right? Because now that they're defaulted, we're always going to set them, right? I really hope all of this works after we're done with this refactoring. This is like pretty major. Okay, method not found, line 90. So we're just gonna have a lot of like unwraps to remove, which is fine because every unwrap is that we remove is one less panic. 6059. Or one less potential for panic, rather. Okay, so format, we need to fix this. This needs to be format. Oh, one more. Okay. Frame rate, we can remove the unwrap from that. Okay, method not found in F64. Input test, okay. So we gotta fix this everywhere. I mean, I probably could have implemented like a, like a toString on it, right? I probably could have done that. And that would have been okay. Oh, so I don't really need to be doing all of this then. So it's the as_str that's the problem. I would have to do like a toString dot as and string, right? So what does this really look like then? Would this just be... look like that? Depends on if that field function takes a... yeah, it takes an and stir. So that's sort of why I cheated here. Is that the right way to do that? I mean, I would want to fix it in URI too, right? Yeah, here. So what's the significance here then? Why this dereference here? Ah, gotcha. Okay. The size of values for types are not known at compilation time. Wait, what? Okay, so that is not going to work. Does this work? Esbjorn and Helen, how's it going? And DBC, thanks so much for the follow if I missed that one. Yeah, Musin is always schooling me on Rust. And I am quite certain I would be much earlier in my journey of learning Rust without his assistance. Not doing too bad. Was hoping to make a little more progress on this project today, but we are in like the middle of a crazy refactor, but we're learning about some new traits, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's go fix all of this. 204 and 198. 204. Mismatched types. I guess same thing here. We don't need this, right? Because we don't know whether they set it or not. It's just always going to be set, right? I don't know here. So here's the thought, everybody. Like now we're getting to this point where there's like a lot of extra work being done that doesn't necessarily have to be done. So like we're setting the volume, setting the Z order, width, height, all of these things as individual function calls. I mean, this will probably get inlined by the compiler, right? Cool project to be eavesdropping some Musin knowledge on to RTMP stuff. Yeah, RTMP is like really cool to work with. And in general, we're just learning about video and audio, right? Like there's a whole bunch of stuff we're doing with not just RTMP, but we're pulling in regular videos. We're going to layer in some browser stuff. We're going to do some like lower thirds automatically. Hopefully maybe get into doing transitions. Thanks, Coolix Knight. Yeah, I'm really excited about this project. It's going to be really cool to see how it comes along. All right, how many more errors do we have? URI line 152. I thought we already fixed that. URI 152. What's this saying? Can't find repeat in this scope. Oh, right, because this is all part of the config. Video config. Right. Okay. So, forgot when we remove that conditional. I forgot this was like restructuring stuff. Video config dot repeat. Okay. Something like set it, implementation. I guess that would be an interesting approach, wouldn't it? So okay, so we still need the wrap around this one. So we still need a if sum alpha equals because we had like a nice like as ref thing around this, right? So really this is what we want, right? Oh no, I guess we weren't. It was just basic. Okay, so this is video config dot alpha, and we need to do the same thing for no, it's not alpha, it's the Z order, right? Everything else should have defaults, I think. Wait, what? Oh. If let some. There we go. I'd have to see a bit more of the code to write an actual working function though. Yeah, there's definitely some things that I could do in Vim. I kind of stopped learning new stuff a few years ago. Wait, what? Oh. Because we no longer need this, right? Okay. So we know about all this stuff. Let's go fix all of these inside HTTP input. Is this HTTP input? All right, let's start there. 180, 184. Cannot find width in this scope. Oh, okay. So this is where we could use Muson's thing, right? So this is let. Wait. This is audio config volume. No, because this is multiple things, right? So this would just be request dot audio, right? This one still needs to be if let some z order equal request dot video dot z order, right? This one request dot video dot width. Okay. Oh, right, because we still haven't made those configs where they default, right? So we have this version of it, right? But in our input mod struct config. Wait a second. Oh, this is a mixer mod. We want input mod here Wait, what? No. H input. There we go. You. Huh? Is that not saved? How is that an... Oh, crap. Okay. So this is because HTTP input. These have options, which we no longer need. That's what we were doing the whole Saturday thing for to begin with, right? I'm just going to leave that one the way it is because it's not nested, so it'll be fine. Well, I guess we could use that Saturday default thing, right? So it would be like this. Saturday default. Is that how that would work? Okay, so why does it still think it's an option? Oh, because on update requests, there's multiples of these. I'm gonna have to fix this on output too. Okay, 78. Oh, so we don't need all of this, right? Because they should already be defaulted for us. I mean, I hope. Okay. 78. Wait a second. I already... Line 78. That's gone. Okay, line 77. Wait, what? Oh, no, this is on a different file. HTTP input. All right, I need to close, like, a ton of these because I'm, like, getting lost now. Okay, so we need HTTP input, right? Lines 78, 77, 76. Okay, so let's go to 78. Okay. I'm hoping I can finish this refactor before I call it quits for the day. All right, HTTP mixer, HTTP mixer. It's 4140, all right. Expect struct found standard option. Wait, what? Oh, because we missed one. All right, we're getting closer. All right, HTTP input looks to be where all of our issues are now. Let's start with 183. So height. Wait. Oh, wait. Because all of these don't exist in here, right? So request.video.height. Request.video.xposition. Request.video.yposition. And that one should be too. Request.video.alpha. Whoa. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. So, I mean, we've got a bunch of warnings to fix, I guess. Unused variable mixer config. HTTP output. Oh, right. Because we were using these to get defaults from our mixer. Crap. So I'm just thinking here for a second. So it used to be where if you did not supply the like resolutions and things like that you wanted, then it would just use the same ones that the mixer is set to. But now with all of this refactoring, what we've done is what we've ended up doing is now we don't know whether you supplied it or not. So by not having the option there, I don't know when I receive the HTTP request whether you manually set these values or whether they were defaulted for you. Which creates a situation where now I don't know whether or not to honor what your selections were or to use the values that are with the mixer. And with the output, it makes the most sense there, right? Because ideally what I'd want to do is just say, hey, mixer, I want you at 1080p and, any output should be that way too. But I mean, I guess a default would be okay too. And then I guess if you want it to be a different resolution, then you should manually supply that. I guess I kind of liked the user experience of that, where it just sort of everything fell in line with being the same resolution and frame rate. Does the chat have any thoughts on that? What do you think a better user experience is, where the entire system has one default, and that default is always used, even if it differs. So if you manually specified the mixer, the default for the output could be different. Or is it better to maintain the same capabilities across the board? And I mean, it would be fairly straightforward, I guess, to do this still, just at the HTTP layer. I don't know. I mean, I guess we've already gutted it out at this point, so we might as well just... We can put it back if we decide that's what we want. Okay, so I guess what we need to do here is now test the default. So I'm going to run this, and I'm going to see whether all these Saturday default things work. And then once we know that those work, then... Yeah, once we know the defaults work, then we can go back to trying to implement the encoder configuration. Which is the initial problem we started on, and then we went kind of like way off track. Okay, so we're running now. Let's see how broken it is. All right, we're going to add a mixer. Bad request. Missing field video. Okay, so our defaults are not working the way we expected. So... wait a second. So I think our issue with that is because HTTP mixer here, right? We still need to do a Saturday default on this, and that should call default on the type, I think. Standard default is not. I guess we don't want a default name, right? Okay, let's try this again. And if this works, then what we need to also implement this on the input and output. Okay, let's try this. How about now? Awesome. Okay, so now let's try a couple of things. Okay, so just thinking. So the next thing we need to try is, can we supply just, well, audio is going to work, so let's try video, right? Because video has a few properties. So can we just supply like one of those? Can we just say, you know, frame rate and say 10? I don't know, right? Okay, so it looks like the defaulting works. Perfect. So that would mean okay, so we need to do this. I need HTTP input, right? HTTP mixer. I'm gonna use that as reference, HTTP input. And we also need HTTP output. Okay, so we should just need to do this then, right? Boom, default, right? I tried to write a generic function, but it was getting unwieldy. Had 3 lifetimes. Oh, wow. Alt F4, how's it going? You're sliding in just as I'm about to call it a day. It is 5:18 p.m. here, and I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I have not eaten. Although I am tempted to get back on later this evening. I just have a lot to do on this project, so I might end up back on later this evening too. Okay, so I think that is all I need to implement here. Thanks, I appreciate that. It's gonna be really cool to see it coming along. Like right now we're in like that. It's in its like ugly proof of concept phase, and we're trying to like turn it into like a legitimate project. You had to set up Docker to build it? Oh, because you don't have, oh, you're on Windows, and yeah, GStreamer on Windows is not pleasant. I actually thought about this when we got into RTMP, but I was like, bandwidth. Fortunately for me, I have 2 use cases, right? So one is for GopherCon, and the other one is for Microsoft's own Learn TV site. How many contributors do I have? I think maybe 2 people have sent me small patches, but currently I am the only person doing like heavy development on it. There is, I do have a coworker that's building this whole piece though, the scheduler. Had to set all of our stuff up for our party mode. Shall we do it? Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of great options for stuff like this. That's the thing that, you know, sucks, is there's a lot of places that you can send your produced RTMP feed to, and they will, you know, transcode it and transmux it and set up all the origin servers and CDN it and scale you, and all of that's beautiful. There's a lot of awesome players, but like on the production side of things, you have like OBS. Well, and OBS isn't that great for like manual things either. It's great for like, I have my setup and I'm switching between things, but it's really weird. I mean, I suppose you could get around it by setting up RTMP endpoints and then using like the VLC source or something like that to pull each one of them and switch between them. Chill Medicine, Jesus, you guys have a scheduler? Yes. The scheduler will control when to send each person live or to play an individual video. Because the idea is that whatever these final outputs are is basically a linear video feed, like watching a television station that's just going to keep going all of the time. And then people can just keep pumping stuff into the scheduler. Again, bandwidth. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear your ideas. Okay, so I think this is probably a good point to commit, even though I have I have the feeling we're gonna have some broken stuff here, but refactor default logic to leverage default trait and Serde. Okay, so we just pushed all that up. So does the scheduler act like a message queue for new things to stream? Yeah, so it'll basically work as kind of like a declarative API, right? Where the switcher should be able to ask the scheduler, like, hey, what state should I be in right now? So that it can reconcile and figure out what it needs to do. But it could also serve as a way to like tell the switcher like, hey, we know that streamer 2 is on, but I don't care. Send this stream live right now. All right. I think I'm going to break for some food. I may be back on later this evening, though, depending on what's going on and whether or not I get trapped watching somebody else stream, because I tend to do that. But I really like how different this project is. I'm definitely going to watch your past VOD on the architecture. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, keep me posted. I'm really excited about this project. I'm really looking forward to seeing it get a little further along. I'm really hoping I get it far enough along to use for GopherCon this year. can get the seat beside Satya. I'm going to keep asking. But thanks everybody for hanging out. Let's find somebody to raid. And then we'll, depending on how destroyed my voice is, we'll determine whether I'm back on later this evening. Let's see. Do some coding guy? Okay, yeah, I don't think we've ever raided him. Let's do it. All right, thanks everybody. I may or may not be on this stream tomorrow. Let me shout him out. So before I raid, Aaron Schlesinger and I, who are coworkers, are gonna probably do like an AMA tomorrow. Oh, I killed the bot. I killed the bot earlier this whole time. All right, now let's do it. I don't think we decided on whose stream we're going to do it on. It's either going to be his or mine. We're going to do like a Docker containers and Kubernetes, like ask me anything. I'll probably announce it on the Discord. I just finally convinced myself to set up yesterday as well. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow. And then I'm on Go Time tomorrow. But then I'll be back here Wednesday to work on this. And Wednesday, Thursday, potentially Friday too. Roughly 12:30 to 5 p.m. Eastern. All right, now time to raid. All right, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will see you Wednesday, I guess, or tomorrow if you're into container stuff.